Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry was sorted into Slytherin and changed everything. Here is short summary. Thrust into Slytherin, Harry faces enemies, unlikely allies, and a destiny darker than he imagined, but he's done playing the hero their way. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Professor Snape watched Harry and Crystal going across the grounds and to Hagrid's hut. As he watched them, he thought how James would scream for his son to be resorted if he was alive. Personally, he hated being responsible for the Potter brat, but he was Potter's head of house and he had a responsibility in making sure that not only him but all of his little snakes were not harmed. Of course, he wasn't looking forward to a visit from Lucius Malfoy since he was sure that Draco had written to him. "You took him away from me," said the sudden voice of Professor McGonagall. Snape groaned and turned to face his coworker. "What are you blabbing about, old woman?" Snape asked. "Harry Potter was supposed to end up in Gryffindor," McGonagall told him. "You must have done something to get him into your house. So what are you planning on doing, giving him so much detention that he wants to leave?" Snape had no idea what she was even talking about and told her so. "Well, I don't believe you," McGonagall said. "I'm going to Dumbledore about this." And she stormed off. "Oh great, now I've got an insane witch on my hands," Snape muttered and then turned his attention back to Hagrid's hut. Dumbledore was surprised when he got a visit from Professor McGonagall, ranting and raving that Snape had put a charm on the hat to put Harry in Slytherin. He listened as she demanded that Harry be resorted. Dumbledore held up his hand and turned to the hat. "Did Severus put a charm on you to make you put Harry into Slytherin?" he asked the hat. "No, he didn't," the hat answered. "Slytherin was the perfect house for him." "And why's that?" McGonagall asked. "Both his parents were in Gryffindor." "True, but he believes that he needs to prove himself in everything," the hat told her. "He believes that's the only way that people will notice him." "But he defeated you-know-who. His name is in books, if that doesn't prove that he's something." "Minerva, I think that the hat means is that Harry wants to prove himself worthy based on what he does not on his fame." "But I don't want him in Slytherin," McGonagall protested. "I want him in Gryffindor." "We can't have our way all the time," the hat told her, which caused her to scream and leave the office. "Thanks for the headache, Hat," Dumbledore said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "I was only speaking the truth," the hat told him. Meanwhile, Snape decided to do some spying of his own. He wanted to see what kind of life Potter had that would cause him to end up in Slytherin. Knowing that Potter would be back in several hours, he headed down to the Slytherin dungeon to look over his stuff. If there was any clues as to what caused him to end up in his house, it would be there. "Lifeblood," he called out, and the wall slide opened to let him in. The dormitory was deserted, mostly because some of his older snakes were making the house proud by making the lives of the other students a living hell. He opened the door to the boys' dormitory and went to the first-year dorm. The 5 4-poster beds were waiting on him, and he quickly found Potter's trunk. He opened it and saw the 2 sets of new robes, his books, potion supplies, and the usual stuff that he would expect from a child of a rich father. But below it were his relaxation clothes, the clothes that he wore when he wasn't in robes. He unfolded them and saw that they were much too big for a child his age. Why in the world would he wear big clothes? He saw his shoes and saw that they were on the verge of falling apart, and he wasn't even going to talk about the ugly socks that seemed to be there as well. He flicked his wand and signs of blood showed. This made him want to vomit. What had those muggles been doing to him, and was this the clue that he needed to find out why Harry had ended up in Slytherin? He magically folded Potter's clothes and decided a little trip to Harry's relatives was in order. Of course he would need McGonagall since she was such a softie in cases like this. He was just vengeful. Naturally, it took only 5 seconds to convince Minerva McGonagall to come with him to visit the Dursleys. He had heard that name once, but he couldn't place where. It had been too long. When they both apparated, they were wearing muggle clothes so that they wouldn't end up before the Ministry of Magic. "It's down there," McGonagall told him. Everything about Privet Drive was neat, and it almost made Snape scream. There was just something so wrong about a block where everything was neat. It just wasn't natural. When they arrived at number 4, McGonagall rang the doorbell and a few minutes later the door opened. Snape came face to face with the girl that had spied on him and Lily all those years ago. She gave a loud scream, but McGonagall was already pushing herself in. Snape closed the door. "What are you doing here, you freak?" Petunia asked. "We're here to find out a few things," McGonagall said. "And don't call Severus a freak because he isn't." "He is, like my freakish nephew," Petunia said. "He has done nothing but harm to our good reputation." "Oh, I'm so sorry about your precious reputation," Snape sneered. "But we demand answers." "Answers? What answers?" Petunia asked. "As to why Potter was sorted into Slytherin," Snape said. "Sorted? Is that some freakish term?" Petunia asked. "Stop using that word or I'll silence you," McGonagall threatened. "Now answer the question. What have you done to Harry that would cause him to be sorted into Slytherin, and if any answer has the word freak in it I will silence you." McGonagall pulled out her wand to show her that she meant business. "Fine," Petunia said. "Ever since that man dropped that thing off we've had to feed him, clothe him, and put up with him. And then he started up on that stuff that Lily could do, and we knew that he would go down the same route that Lily did. Oh, she went to your school, befriended poor boy here, and then gets herself blown up. Of course the first thing that boy asked was how his parents died." "And what did you tell him?" McGonagall asked. Petunia grinned at her. "I told him that his parents died in a car crash," she answered. "A car crash?" Snape roared, making Petunia almost fall down. "How could a car crash kill James and Lily Potter?" "Well, that's what we told him," Petunia said. "Now get out of my house." "Not until you answer one last question," McGonagall said, her teeth gritted. "Did you even show Harry love?" "Love? Why would I show a thing like that love?" Petunia asked. "He got all of Dudley's things when he couldn't wear them, and he should have been grateful for the morsels that he did get, and when he did that thing that you kind do, my husband took care of that and showed him who the boss was. Now get out of my house or I won't let Potter back home." "Fine," Snape said and pulled out his wand. "A bill of 8. He told her to forget that they had even come and then they left." "I can't believe they did that to him," McGonagall said. "Oh, wait until I get my hands on that husband of hers." "We can't do anything about this, yet," Snape said. "At least we know why Potter ended up in Slytherin. I think there was a lot more going on than meets the eye. Did you see all the photos of that boy of theirs? Not one of Potter." "I know, James's son didn't deserve this," McGonagall said. "That I'll agree with," Snape said, and they both disapparated. Harry and Crystal had a good time at Hagrid's. Hagrid didn't treat him any different than before. He had told him all about Slytherin's reputation and he seemed to really like Crystal. Of course Harry couldn't get over what he had read about the Gringotts break-in. Ron had told him about it before they had fallen out. Of course as they were heading back, Crystal told Harry that she thought that Hagrid was really neat. "I know," Harry said. "I mean, he was the first person to tell me what really happened to my parents. That's why I didn't want to be in Slytherin, because I was afraid that I would turn out bad." "You won't turn out bad," Crystal said. "So long as you have me and Hermione leading you down the right road." "Thanks, but tell that to Ron Weasley," Harry said. "He was all nice to me until I ended up in Slytherin." Crystal sighed and shook her head. "So do you want to come over to my place during the summer? I mean, it would be a lot better than staying with your relations all summer," Crystal said. Harry was shocked. It wasn't even the second month and he already had an invitation to stay at someone's house. "Really?" Harry said. "Yes, and you'll really like it," Crystal told him. "My father works for the Met and he would really like to meet you." Harry was shocked. Her father was a police officer. "Wow, you really have a different life than most that I know," Harry said. "Thanks, but don't tell Malfoy. He hates the law in any form," Crystal told him. "So would you like to come?" "That would be great," Harry said. "Great, I'll let you know when you can come," Crystal said. "Now let's get to dinner, I'm starving." And the two friends hurried towards the castle. The weekend was a lot better than Harry imagined it. Malfoy stayed away from him and Crystal, and that enabled them to see Hermione during the weekend and get all their work done. Harry hadn't seen Ron since the sorting, but that all changed when the three of them were leaving the library. They ran right into him, as well as the Weasley twins, two red-hair boys that he had met on the Hogwarts Express. "Hi, Harry," one of them said. "Hi, Fred," Harry said, trying to guess that if he was talking to Fred. "I'm not Fred, I'm George," George answered. "Why don't you wear different clothes?" Crystal said to them. "That way people would know that you're George and not Fred." George stared at her and then cracked a grin. "And what fun would there be if people knew that I was George," George told her. Crystal groaned. "I don't know why you're talking to them, George," Ron said. George looked at him and frowned. "Because I can," he answered. "What rammed up your butt today?" "Nothing. I just can't stand the smell of snakes," Ron said, causing Hermione to grab the front of his robes. "Don't you dare insult Harry and Crystal like that," Hermione snapped. "Harry was being nice to you and this is how you treat him." "Get off, Granger," Ron snarled, pulling away. "What is going on here?" came the voice of Professor Snape. Hermione turned and faced him. Ron was making fun of Harry and Crystal, Hermione told him. Snape looked down at Ron. "Is that so?" Snape said. "And is this true, Potter and Walker?" Both nodded. "Well, I think that I should take 5 points from Gryffindor," Snape said, smiling. "And a week's worth of detention for you, Mr. Weasley, move along, move along." And he was gone. "Thanks a lot, Granger," Ron hissed. "You're going to make us lose the House Cup." "Well, you don't deserve it if you keep on making fun of Harry and Crystal," Hermione said. Ron's face went red and he stormed off. "Sorry about that," Hermione told Fred and George. "For once, I'm not mad at old Snape," George said. Ron deserved all that he got. And they disappeared as well. "Well, I better get going before Ron lies saying that you hexed me or something," Hermione told them. "See you later and continue to practice on that match." "I will," Harry said, and soon Hermione was gone as well. As they headed back to their dormitory, they kept talking about how much of a git Ron was being. Harry still couldn't believe that one boy could have so much hate for one person. He just hoped that no one found out how badly he was treated at home. On Monday morning, a notice was pinned up in the Slytherin board that made the Slytherins either groan or snicker. They were having flying lessons this Thursday and Slytherin and Gryffindor were learning together. "Great, all I wanted to do make a fool of myself on a broomstick in front of Redhead," Harry said, using the term that he had given to Ron Weasley. "Oh, you don't know if you're going to make a fool of yourself," Crystal said reasonably. "Anyway, I bet you're better at flying than Weasley can even think of being." Harry figured that she had a point. And so on Thursday afternoon the Slytherins went down to the grounds for their first flying lesson. The Gryffindors weren't there yet, which showed Harry that they didn't want to face them. 5 minutes later they finally arrived and lined up next to their own brooms. Come along, their instructor Madame Hooch said, as she arrived. Madame Hooch was a woman with short, gray hair, and yellow eyes like a hawk. She turned to each of them, eyeing one then another. "Now I want you to put your right hand over your broom and say up." "Up," the class yelled. Most of the brooms did jump into their hands but others did not. "More feeling," Hooch told them. Finally, after 10 minutes everyone had their brooms in their hands. She then told them to mount them and came around to make sure that everyone was doing theirs right. Of course both Harry and Crystal were delighted in hearing that Malfoy, who had been boasting on and on at how great he was at Quidditch, had been doing it wrong for years. "Now when I blow my whistle you will kick off the ground, hard," Hooch told them. "Hover for a few moments and then lean forward and touch back down." She gave a huge blast with her whistle but Neville started to float up into the air. Harry watched in horror as he rose 10 feet, 20 feet, he finally slid down but he didn't slam on the ground. A huge gust of wind came out of nowhere and caught him. He was lowered to the ground and that's when Crystal fainted. "Crystal," Harry yelled. Madame Hooch came over to her and checked her over. She then magicked her onto a stretcher and as they were leaving she turned to them. "No one touches those brooms or all of you will be out of here before you can say Quidditch," she warned them and then left. "I hope she's all right," Hermione said. "I know, me too," Harry said. "But wasn't that wind kind of strange? I mean, it saved Neville from breaking something." "Like you would care about someone like Neville," Ron suddenly remarked. Harry and Hermione turned to him. "What's wrong with you, Weasley?" Hermione asked, tired of standing there and want to butt into other people's conversations. Two of the Gryffindors stood beside Ron. Why don't you butt out of this one, Granger? Ron hissed and then turned on Harry. I can't believe that I ate the food that you got. I must have a Slytherin disease now. The two Gryffindors laughed at his joke. Oh, I'm sorry if I was being nice, Harry snarled. You know the only Weasleys that I have found to be nice are your twin brothers. They don't care that I'm in Slytherin because I haven't given them a reason to hate me. But oh, you think that you're so much better than everyone else because you're in Gryffindor. Ron's face went red. I am better than you are, Ron said, now grinning. I know that I won't even join you know who because no Gryffindor has ever joined him. That's a lie, Hermione hissed. Just because you're not in Slytherin doesn't mean that you won't join him. I bet there were loads of Gryffindors, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaws that joined him. Ron turned to her. Don't bet your life on it, Ron hissed and then turned to Harry. So what are you going to do now? You don't have that little half-blood crystal to be at your side. Leave him alone, Hermione said, or I'll tell Madam Hooch that you were bullying him. This seemed to do something to Ron. He turned around and slapped Hermione so hard that she fell to the ground. This seemed to shock even Malfoy, who had never seen another Gryffindor hit a fellow housemate. Neville helped her up and Harry saw that she was angry, a lot angrier than he had ever seen her. She grabbed him from around the back and placed her arm against his throat. Ron gasped for breath but then his eyes rolled up in his head and he fell to the ground. Is he dead? Neville asked. No, he's asleep, Hermione said. But how? You didn't cast a spell on him, Neville told her. True, Hermione said. It's a little muggle trick called a sleeper. He'll be out for several hours. And when he's out he'll come after you, Neville told her. Oh no he won't, Hermione told him. I have a few more tricks up my sleeve as well. Harry knew that Crystal would be impressed. They managed to finish the lesson before it was time for dinner. With Ron in the hospital wing along with Crystal, Harry found himself without someone to talk to. Of course Pansy Parkinson talked all about how Hermione had managed to do what she did and even the Slytherins were impressed at how well a girl had handled herself around the likes of Ron Weasley. Harry figured that Ron was angry that Hermione had decided to be their friend, that he was taking it out on her. Of course he felt bad for whoever married him. He was a hitter, that was for sure. Crystal managed to get out of the hospital wing in time for their second potions lesson of the year. Professor Snape, who had heard of what Hermione had done, gave Hermione the look of deep respect, though Harry was sure that he would never open his mouth and say such a thing. When the bell rang, Snape called Harry back and Harry told Crystal that he would see her later. Close the door, Mr. Potter, Snape said. Harry closed it and walked up to his desk. I took a trip to the Dursleys with McGonagall, Snape told Harry. Harry's eyes widened and Snape noticed. Why didn't you tell Dumbledore that you were being abused? He asked. I didn't think it was important, Harry said. Snape couldn't believe what he was hearing. Potter, it's important that the headmaster know the truth about what's going on, Snape told Harry. You're the only student that didn't answer their letter when it was first sent. Don't you think that would have been a warning to us that something was wrong? As your head of house I won't stand for you covering up things. I might not like your father and I don't sort of like you, but I do care about what happens to my students. If you don't go to the headmaster and tell him what the Dursleys have done, I will. He told Harry that he would do exactly what he threatened. But if I do, then they'll know that I told someone, Harry said. Like I care what those two do, Snape said. Well, unless it involves you getting beaten. Tell the headmaster before the end of the day or, once again, I will. Yes, sir, Harry said. Good, now get going, Snape snarled and Harry bolted. Harry was late for his next class but he didn't care. How dare Snape and McGonagall go and check up on his home life? He didn't like people to know too much about his muggle life and he wasn't going to forgive them for what they did. Of course Harry had no choice but to tell Dumbledore what happened, as he was certain that Snape would tell the headmaster. Why didn't you come to me, Harry? Dumbledore asked when Harry was finished. I didn't think it was anyone's business, Harry told him. And I still don't think it is. Minerva and Severus believed differently, Dumbledore said. Well, I don't care what those two believe, Harry told him. Dumbledore gave him a look and Harry looked down at the floor. It's our job to care, Dumbledore told Harry. And from now on things will be different. You will be returning to the Dursleys at the end of term, but I will have someone watching over you. If we get any hint that the Dursleys are abusing you, then you'll be taken out to spend the summer with someone that I trust. Harry didn't say anything, and after a few minutes he was told he could go. Harry had lunch with the rest of the Slytherins, and that's when Hedwig appeared. At first he thought that she had another letter from Hagrid, but it turned out to be a box of sweets. A note was taped to it. To Harry, I hope that you like these sweets. My daughter, Crystal, didn't think that anyone would get you anything. I made them myself. Araminta Walker. Harry opened the box and saw chocolates shaped like ponies and horses. He took a pony one and bit into it. Caramel came out and Harry sighed in delight. When he turned to thank Crystal, he saw her smiling. I'm glad you like them, Crystal said. Thanks, Harry muttered, trying not to open his mouth. When lunch was over, Harry went down to drop off his box of candy and then hurry off to his next lesson. Over the next several weeks Harry started feeling at home in both Slytherin House and at Hogwarts. Snape treated him somewhat like a human being and Ron continued to act like a jerk and avoid him. Harry figured that he still hadn't forgotten what Hermione had done or blamed Harry for turning her against him. When October came around, talk turned to the first match of the season, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. Harry had never seen a Quidditch game, but Crystal, who had been to a lot of them, told him all about it. There are 4 balls, the quaffle, the bludger, and the snitch. There are 7 players on each team, 2 beaters, a keeper, 3 chasers, and a seeker. The chaser's job is to get the quaffle through one of the 3 hoops that are guarded by the keeper. It's 10 points every time one goes in. The job of the beater is to keep the bludgers away from their team and send it to the other team, and the seeker's job is to catch the golden snitch. Because a game of Quidditch only ends if the snitch is caught, which earns the team 150 points, Crystal explained. I went to a game that went on for 4 weeks. Okay, so when can students try out? Second year, she answered. Oh, you're going to try, won't you? I'll give it a go, but I don't think that I'll be that good, Harry told her. Well, I think that you'll be brilliant, Hermione said. It's in your blood. Come on, I'll show you. Hermione took Harry and Crystal down to the trophy room, a room filled with polished cups and shields. Hermione pointed to one and Harry saw his father's name on it. Wow, Harry said. Do you know that people know more about you than yourself? Crystal said as they returned back to the main staircase. I know, it's scary, Harry said. However, I don't really like people knowing me that well. I mean, I can't even go to class without people staring at me, and I've been here a month. Well, personally I think it's sick to remember you as someone that survived while your parents died, Hermione said. If that happened I would snap at everyone. And Snape made it clear last month that he hated my father and that he sort of hates me, Harry told her, which didn't surprise Hermione. I mean, I'm in his house and everything, and he doesn't act like this when I'm in his class. I think he doesn't want people to think that he doesn't favor one Slytherin student, Crystal said. Harry figured that she might be right. The staircase started to move, but to Harry's disgust it didn't move where he wanted it to, back down to the entrance hall. It stopped at a door and all 3 of them approached it. Hermione opened the door and all the torches came to life. Do you have the feeling that we're not supposed to be here? Crystal said. We're not, Hermione told her. This is the door to the out-of-bounds 3rd floor. No sooner had those words come out of her mouth that they heard footsteps. Come on, we can hide behind that door, Harry told them, not wanting to be caught and taken to Snape. They ran towards the door, but it was locked. Oh great, we're in so much trouble, Crystal said. Oh, move over, Hermione said and took out her wand. She muttered a simple spell and the door opened. They all rushed inside and closed it, just as they heard Filch's voice. Let's just wait here until he leaves, Hermione whispered. They heard Filch leave and then Crystal spoke. Thank God this door is locked, she said. It was locked, Hermione corrected her. And I know why, Harry said. Both Hermione and Crystal turned to see someone out of their nightmare. A huge 3-headed dog. It was sniffing them, and Harry knew the only reason why they weren't dead was that their appearance caught it off guard. But it was quickly getting over that, and those growls told them that it planned on to eat them. It rose up and all three of them screamed. They bolted for the door and slammed it right in its face. "That was close," Harry said. "Oh, I believe that, Mr. Potter," said the cold voice of Professor Snape. They turned to see him standing there. "Follow me, you three," he told them, and Harry and the others knew they were in deep trouble. Snape left Hermione to be spoken to by Professor McGonagall, and then he led Harry and Crystal to his office. Harry had never been in here and he vowed he never would. Snape sat behind his desk and looked from one to the other. "Now what right did you two have to go into the Forbidden Corridor?" Snape asked them. "There's a reason why the headmaster told students not to go in there and you two decide to have a little peek." "Sir, that wasn't it," Harry said. "Silence," Snape hissed. "I'm giving you both detentions for being foolish. You will both come to my office for the next 2 weeks and clean out dirty cauldrons, without magic. I'm also taking 20 points from my own house." He gave them the impression that he hated doing this. "You may leave," he told them. Crystal and Harry left. Detention with Snape turned out to be the worst thing that had happened to Harry since he had arrived at Hogwarts. 50 filthy cauldrons had to be cleaned, and even though he was used to Muggle cleaning, as most wizards called it, it still didn't make facing them any easier. Of course, Harry was still fuming over the fact that Snape and McGonagall had found out about what the Dursleys were doing, and what made it worse was the fact that Dumbledore had supported what they had done, treating it like it had been the best idea that had come out of those two's heads. "Are you all right?" Crystal asked when Snape had left to deliver a letter to some unknown person. "Do I look like I'm all right?" Harry said. He looked over to where Hermione was at and noticed that she wasn't any better off than Harry was at these cauldrons. "Want to see how Hermione is doing?" Crystal asked. "And get Snape's wrath?" "I think not," Harry said. "But he won't be back for a while," Crystal told him. "Anyway, I would like to find out what happened when Professor Snape left her alone with McGonagall." Harry had wanted to know that too, but had decided against it. He already had one Gryffindor against him, he didn't want the rest of the house to be against him. However, Crystal was stubborn and he watched her walk up to Hermione. Looking around and not seeing or hearing any sign of Snape, he walked over to her as well. "Are you all right, Hermione?" Crystal asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," Hermione answered. "So what happened after Professor Snape left you with McGonagall?" she asked. Hermione finally looked up. "She was so angry that I had found out what was behind that door," Hermione told her. "She took 50 points from Gryffindor and then told me to join the both of you for detention with Professor Snape. Of course she made sure that the other Gryffindors found out, and Ron has been making my life a living hell since. He says that I shouldn't be friends with traitors to the light. I told him that I'll be friends with anyone that I want, even Professor Snape, and if he didn't like it then that was his problem. Of course he's got half the house with him since everyone mostly respects his brother, Percy." "Stupid git," Harry muttered. "Well, it makes you wonder why that dog is there in the first place, doesn't it?" Crystal said. "I mean, Dumbledore would never allow a monster like that in here unless it was for something important." This got Hermione excited for a change. "Did you two notice what it was standing on?" Hermione asked them. "The floor," Harry supplied. "A trapdoor," Hermione said, rolling her eyes. "It means that it's guarding something." "Guarding something," Harry and Crystal said at the same time. "Yep, I mean it was obvious that the dog didn't want us to go near that door." This got Harry thinking. "Wait a minute, there was an article in Hagrid's hut about a break-in at Gringotts," Harry told them. "I mean, Ron told me all about it and it happened on my birthday. That was the same day that Hagrid had taken me to get my things. Also I saw Quirrell there and he didn't even want to touch me. Of course I didn't think it was odd until now. I mean everyone else wanted to shake my hand and Quirrell acted like I had some kind of disease or something." "Do you think that he was there for some suspicious reason?" Crystal asked. "I don't know, but he did tell me that he was there looking for a new book on vampires, but I didn't even see him in the bookshop and I was there almost all day. And Hagrid told me that Hogwarts was the safest place in the world if you wanted to hide something. And that was also the day that he had taken that package from that high-security vault. So Hagrid must have brought the package here and that's what the dog is guarding," Crystal said. Well, we need to find out what it is. Hermione laughed. I doubt that Hagrid is going to tell you what he took from that vault, Hermione said. True, but if he lets slip enough clues then we can figure out what was taken and maybe get it back. I mean, if it was taken then someone wants it and wants to use it. For what? Crystal asked. That I don't know, Harry answered. When Snape returned he saw that all three of them were still scrubbing cauldrons. He told them that they could go and all three of them left the classroom. Of course they went their separate ways, but all three of them had a lot to think about, especially Harry. The next morning Harry was busy thinking about what all of this could mean when the morning mail arrived. Hedwig had another package for Harry, and when she dropped it off he saw that the letter was from the same person. Its mother abandoned it in favor of its other babies. You can have it, but you must promise me that you'll take care of it. Araminta Walker. Harry opened the package and saw a small, transparent box. Inside was a snake that changed into different colors. Today it had switched from pink to blue and had finally settled on something in between, which blended in with the woodwork of the table. Oh my God, my mum didn't just send you that, Crystal said. Why, I like it, Harry said. Oh no, you're going to be in so much trouble, Crystal said. And she knows the rules but then she ignores them. What's wrong with it? I mean, doesn't it bite and inject venom? No, it doesn't, but that's not the point, Crystal told him. You're not allowed to have a snake inside Hogwarts. Harry frowned at her, but then it was grabbed. Harry yelled as it vanished before him and he looked up to see the face of Ron Weasley. Oh, now it's complete, he said. Little Potter has a snake. Now you're complete. Give it back to me, Harry hissed. Yeah, give me back to Daddy, said the voice. Everyone stared at the voice and Ron, yelling, dropped it on the table. He bolted and was gone. What happened? Asked Pansy Parkinson. Harry made to grab the box and managed to fasten his fingers around it before it was snatched by Percy. Is this your Potter? He asked. Well, I just got it, so yes, it is, Harry answered. Then follow me, Percy said. We're going to see Snape. And groaning Harry followed him. Percy told Snape that Harry had gotten a snake in the morning mail, and the look that Snape gave Harry told him that he wasn't pleased. When Percy was gone Harry launched into explanation but stopped when Snape put his hand up. I know it wasn't your fault that the snake arrived, Snape told him. Therefore not points taken off or detention, other than the one that you've gotten for the dog. He studied the snake for a bit. So can I keep it? Harry asked. Yes, you can, Snape said. But I'm writing a letter to Mrs. Walker, explaining that students aren't allowed to have them. Of course you should be pleased that Mrs. Walker sent you this snake. This is a very rare snake, only 20 live in our world. Their cousins were worshipped by the Aztecs before the coming of the Spanish invaders. Really? Harry said, amazed. I read about them in my Muggle class. Snape gave him a small smile. Then you're not as stupid as I thought, he said, and then dismissed Harry. When he got back to the Great Hall, Crystal was there to meet him with a sandwich. She asked him what had happened and Harry told her that he hadn't gotten into trouble. Wow, I thought that Professor Snape would have wanted to give you more detention, Crystal said. I know, I'm amazed as well, Harry said. Come on, let's get to class. That night the entire Slytherin house was awakened by a horrible scream. Boys and girls bolted out of bed, some half awake and some not quite sure if they were still dreaming or if it was really happening. One of the Slytherin prefects ran to the first year's dorm to find Vincent trying to wake Harry up. Wake up, Draco said. The Slytherin prefect tried to shake Harry awake but his eyes wouldn't open. Get Professor Snape, now, he told Draco. And if you don't hurry I'll take points from this house. That got Draco moving. 5 minutes later Snape appeared through the fireplace and ran upstairs. The prefect was still trying to wake Harry up but stopped when Snape walked in. Snape looked like he had just woken up but his eyes were alert. I was afraid this might happen, Snape said. Malfoy, get Madame Pomfrey and have her alert the headmaster. Draco bolted, afraid that Snape might take points off. 20 minutes later Madame Pomfrey came into the boys' dorm and ran her wand over Harry's body. As she worked Dumbledore walked in, his eyes worried and the twinkle that usually was present gone, and at once Snape told him what had happened. Do you think this has anything to do with Harry being abused? Dumbledore asked. Yes, Headmaster, I do, Snape said. Come on. Let's talk out in the corridor. As Snape and Dumbledore left the boys' dorm, Crystal came running up. What's wrong with Harry? She asked. None of your business, Miss Walker, Snape told her. She gave him a hard look. It is my business, Crystal told him. What's wrong with him? It seems that Mr. Potter was abused while he was living with the Dursleys, Dumbledore told her. He's suffering from those effects. Crystal covered her mouth, shock written all over her face. Oh Merlin, why didn't anyone notice? Crystal asked. I don't really know, Dumbledore answered. Headmaster, we really need to talk, Snape said, and Dumbledore followed him out of the common room. This is your entire fault, Snape told Dumbledore. You left him with those muggles and they abused him. Severus, I know that you're upset about what happened, but he's safe there, Dumbledore said. No, he's not, Snape countered. Or have you forgotten that I was abused by my father? You did nothing, contacted no one from the ministry to get me taken from that place. Severus, I'm sorry about what happened, but Harry will continue to live there, Dumbledore told him. However, I'm having someone watching over the house so that they don't repeat what they've done. Snape gave him an angry look and Dumbledore knew that he deserved it. I'm glad that Potter wasn't placed in Gryffindor, Snape commented. McGonagall has no experience with this kind of stuff. I know she doesn't, Dumbledore said. But things aren't working out the way that I hoped. What are you blabbing about? Snape asked. Harry was supposed to be in Gryffindor, or in any of the other houses, Dumbledore said. Not Slytherin. Oh, I'm sorry if my house isn't your favorite right now, Snape hissed. Dumbledore ignored his comment. I've been hearing rumors that hardly any of the Gryffindors like him, Dumbledore went on. Weasley seems to think that he's a traitor to the light side. Well, Weasley is the Malfoy of Gryffindor, Snape told him. Thinking that Gryffindor is the only house worthy of noting. I also heard that Miss Granger, along with Miss Walker and Harry, have found out what's guarding the trapdoor. Which they're getting detention for, Snape added. Now, is there anything else that you have to say against my two students? Dumbledore gave him a surprised look. I didn't know that you cared about Harry and if he got points taken off. I don't, Snape said. But the moment that Potter was sorted into my house, I knew that I would have to watch over him. I can somewhat favor him without people thinking that I like him or care for him. How very Slytherin of you, Severus, Dumbledore commented. I thank you, Snape said, and then they watched Harry being taken away by Madame Pomfrey. Word got around the school that Harry was suffering from some kind of nightmare that Madame Pomfrey couldn't wake him from. Ron and several of the Gryffindors thought this was very funny. Oh, the famous Harry Potter having nightmare troubles. Sounds like he's asking for attention or faking it, Ron teased. He did this during the Gryffindor and Slytherin's potions lesson. Crystal lost control and threw a bottle of beetle dung, getting Slytherin 10 points. Hermione, who had heard the real truth about what happened, pointed and laughed at him. Hey, Weasley, why don't you wash up? Crystal said. You smell like dung. Hermione laughed again and returned to her potion. When the lesson had ended, both Crystal and Hermione went to the hospital wing to visit Harry. When they got there, they were shocked to see that Harry was finally awake, a woman in white robes tending to him. Crystal was shocked to see that Fred and George Weasley were there. What are you doing here? Hermione asked. Coming to see how Harry's doing, Fred told her. What are you two doing here? Same thing, Crystal answered. So are you going to do something about your little brother that happens to be the worst kid in the school? Fred and George both grinned at each other. Does the little snake want us to pull a prank on our dear brother? George asked her. Yes, Hermione answered, and we want it to be a bad one. Fred and George both looked like they had won a pound of gold. Then your wish is our command, George told them, and they were gone. That should keep them happy for a week, Hermione told Crystal. To right, Crystal agreed, and then they both turned their attention to Harry. How are you feeling? Better, but nothing, the woman said. You're going to talk about your feelings. Professor Snape is very good at stuff like that. Harry groaned. I really think that you should talk to him about this, Hermione agreed. I mean, he's your head of house and therefore responsible for you. That would be correct, Miss Granger, said Snape. They both turned to see the professor walking in. Crystal sometimes wondered how he knew when they were talking about him. How is my student doing? Snape asked. Well, but he needs a lot of bed rest, the woman told him. But I'm resting, Harry protested. See, lying down and everything. That's not resting, the woman said. Resting is when you sleep and don't think about too much. She packed her things away and then bid Snape a good day. See, I think Snape does care for you, Crystal commented. I don't care for Potter, Snape told her. But since he's my student, then I have to worry about his welfare. Harry muttered something that caused Snape to look at him. What did you say, Potter? No one cares about me, Harry said. They just want to make fun of me because I'm in Slytherin and make all sorts of nasty comments. If you're talking about Weasley, we're taking care of that, Hermione told him. Or I should say that Fred and George Weasley are taking care of it. Snape groaned. Oh, wonderful, just what I need, Snape said. The Weasleys twins having something productive to do. Hermione and Crystal laughed. I think the world is coming to an end, Madame Pomfrey said. Snape told a joke. Snape glared at her. Severus Snape doesn't joke, I was just. He stopped because everyone was laughing. He gave them all a dark look and then left. I think we're not going to hear the end of that, Harry told them. So when can I leave? Monday, Madame Pomfrey said. But, no buts, Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey said. And you're excused from any homework that you have. I want you to keep your mind on resting and not on worrying about your grade. Is that clear? Yes, Ma'am, Harry said. Good, now I've got some important things to do, she told them. You two can leave in 5 minutes. And she was gone. Can you believe it? Harry muttered. I've got some sort of mental problem. What do you mean? Crystal asked as both she and Hermione sat down. Harry sighed. Well, the healer, that's what that woman in the white is called, said that because I was abused by the Dursleys then I have the wizard version of post-traumatic stress disorder and that I'm supposed to take some potion every day. Though I doubt that Snape will make it for me. He told me that he sort of hates me and that he hated my dad. Well, there had to be a reason that he hated your father, Hermione reasoned. Like I know that, Harry said. When I try to even open my mouth to ask he just does something else. Was he here before? Hermione asked. Once, and I'm sure it was to make sure that I hadn't died, Harry muttered. God, sometimes I hate him. Of course I don't like McGonagall either. Hermione was shocked. Why? Because her and Snape went to the Dursleys and found out that I was being abused, Harry said. Anyway, the healer told me that the potion would keep me from having the nightmares. Which is good, Hermione told him. True, but I hate feeling weak, Harry said to her. And I blame Voldemort, Hermione flinched, for that. Harry was finally able to return to class that Monday. It was clear that he hadn't enjoyed his weekend there, and when Crystal asked him if he was all right he just nodded and returned to his work. Of course, when Harry and Crystal weren't in Defense Against the Dark Arts, watching Quirrell, then Hermione was when it was the Gryffindor's turn for the class. On Wednesday Harry left the Slytherin common room and headed for his first talk with Snape. He made his way slowly, and when he finally arrived at Snape's office he knocked on the door. Enter, Potter, Snape said, his tone cold. Harry sighed but opened the door and walked in. The classroom was the same as it had been when Harry had been brought in by Percy. The only new thing was 2 chairs. Snape was sitting in one and he motioned Harry to sit in the empty one. Now you know why you're here, Potter, Snape said. Yes, sir, Harry said when he had sat down. Good, now I want to start at the beginning, Snape said. And don't worry about your precious friends find out about what we're talking about. I won't tell a soul about what we've talked about. I'm not worried about that, Harry said. And what are you so worried about, Potter? Snape asked. I don't know, Harry answered. I mean, I know that you won't tell, but I'm still scared that someone will find out. If you're talking about Malfoy, Snape started. I assure you that he won't be able to get what we're talking about out of me. Harry was shocked that Snape knew exactly what he was thinking. Are you a mind reader? Harry asked. Snape rolled his eyes and then said, unlike what Muggles have told you, there is no such thing as mind readers. The mind isn't like a book, to be open at one's leisure. Trust me, it's a very complicated thing. Still sounds like mind reading to me, Harry pointed out. Make it whatever you think, Snape said. Now let's talk about the beginning. When did your relations tell you the lie that your parents died in a car crash? 3. Harry answered. It was the first question that I remember ever asking my aunt. And what did she say? She said that I got it from the car crash that killed my parents, and then she told me to stop asking questions. Typical Petunia, Snape thought. And how did you feel about that? Well, I didn't think it was right, Harry said. I mean, what right did they have to tell me not to ask the simple question about my parents? I thought that they must have done something bad and my relations didn't want to tell me. How about some of the other things? Snape asked. Well, Uncle Vernon didn't mention about the funny stuff until I was about 7, Harry said. And Aunt Marge hit me with her cane when I almost beat Dudley in musical statues. A game, I presume, Snape commented. Yes, sir, Harry said. Well, I can tell you that in the wizarding world we have much better games than musical statues. This got Harry's interest. What kind of games? Harry asked. Well, besides Quidditch there is gobstones and wizard's chess. I'm a very good player, a lot better than Ron Weasley. I bet you could beat him, Harry said. Hands down, Snape said, and then he got up and Harry watched him walk over to a cabinet. He pulled something out and then returned to him. This is gobstones, and if you want we could play one game. Harry was excited and Snape made a table appear. Harry picked a color and Snape placed some marbles in the center. Harry then flicked the marble and 2 came out of the circle. Snape took down his points and then it was Snape's turn. The first indication that this wasn't exactly like marbles was when Harry lost a point and the marble shot him with a nasty-smelling liquid. Snape looked like he wanted to laugh, but Harry was glad that he didn't. When the game was over, Snape had won and Harry was determined to beat him the next time. Snape put the game away and Harry was told that he was allowed to leave. When he got back, the common room was empty and so Harry went up to bed. The next morning he would realize that he hadn't done his homework. Meanwhile, Fred and George had both worked on their prank to get back at Ron for what he had done to Harry. They didn't blame Harry for ending up in Slytherin since it was clear that he didn't have a loving family. Fred had written to his mum, telling her about Harry being in Slytherin and how Ron was treating him. No howler came, which meant that she was waiting for Ron to do something really stupid. So are we going down to the kitchens? George asked. Of course, Fred said. How else is this potion supposed to work? And so snickering they both left. The next morning Harry arrived at the Slytherin table and sat down. The talk had helped, but the game had been the one thing that had really helped. It was nice to have someone that you could talk to even though he hadn't really forgiven him for going to the Dursleys. So did you do your herbology work? Crystal asked. Harry's eyes widened. Oh no, I didn't do it, he said. Crystal groaned and handed her work to him. Work on this and then give it back to me, Crystal told him. Thanks, Harry said, and he started on it. When he turned it into Professor Sprout, he joined the rest of the Slytherin and Ravenclaws. Today we're going to be working on beetle eyes, Professor Sprout told them. You will remove the eyes from the beetles and add them to the vials that you have. She came by with a sack of them and poured some into small bowls and then handed them to each student. When Harry got his, he almost felt like throwing up. Crystal wasn't any better. Do we really have to do this? Crystal asked him. I think we do, Harry said. Crystal groaned but started working. By time the herbology lesson ended, both Harry and Crystal didn't feel like eating anything. The sight of those beetles had robbed Harry of any desire to eat. He knew he was going to pay for this later, but right now his stomach wasn't into it. Snape, meanwhile, wasn't having any better of a day than his 2 snakes. Lucius Malfoy paid Snape a visit and Snape knew he had a lot on his mind, even if he didn't give you that impression. He took his seat in Snape's quarters and instantly he looked like he owned the place. It took a lot of Snape's reserves not to curse him. So why are you here, Lucius? Snape asked. Well, it has come to our attention that young Mr. Potter has been sorted into Slytherin, Lucius said. And how did you find out about this? Snape asked, knowing the answer. Draco told me, Lucius answered. And I must admit that I was surprised. As was I, Snape said. But I found out why and the matter has been settled. And what did you find out? Lucius asked. Snape didn't want to tell him, but he knew that he couldn't lie to him. He wasn't taken care of by his relations, Snape told him. But I took care of it, and I don't think that we'll hear any more about this little matter. Oh, don't quite count them out, Lucius said. However, let's talk more about where Potter's at. He's not in the safety of Gryffindor, and therefore I believe perfect to ensure that our master does return. Snape gave him a blank look. Oh, don't tell me that you like being here, Lucius said. Our master will ensure that Potter is shown what happens when you go up against him. I do hope that you will turn him over to our master to be destroyed. Of course, Snape lied. I do look forward in handing him over. That's my boy, Lucius said. Keep me in touch with what happens. And as he left, Snape felt an even more desire to hex him. Halloween marked the beginning of Harry's classes starting to get interesting, and it also marked the morning that Ron Weasley got what was coming to him. The spiked drink made his nostril hairs grow into ringlets, causing him to have to skip breakfast and go to the hospital wing. Both Harry and Crystal laughed along with the rest of the Slytherins. Each of the teachers, that day, told them that they had finally mastered the basics and were ready to work on some harder work. For Harry, being able to finally transfigure his mouse into something that closely resembled what Professor McGonagall wanted was a huge achievement for Harry, and he told Crystal this. Well, me and Hermione have been helping, Crystal said. Though I wish I was better at defense against the dark arts. Don't worry, I'll help you, Harry said. I seem to have a flair for it. Crystal didn't give him the impression that she was arguing on that point. That night, Harry and the rest of the school headed down to the Great Hall for their Halloween feast. When they walked in, Harry overheard a Gryffindor telling her friend about what happened in Charms. Ron made fun of Terry Boot because he got that levitation spell right, she said. Harry had no idea who Terry Boot was, though he was sure that the boy had been in the group of first years. They sat down at the Slytherin table, and like at the start of term feast, the food appeared. Harry was just helping himself to a baked potato when Professor Quirrell came rushing in, his turban lopsided and terror on his face. Troll, troll in the dungeons, he yelled. Thought you should know. And he fainted in a dead heap. It was pure panic as students ran for the doors leading out into the entrance hall. However, Dumbledore restored order with a few purple fireworks coming out of his wand. Prefects, take your students to your houses. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons, Dumbledore ordered. The prefects took charge, and Harry could swear that he heard Percy telling the Gryffindors and then the students that were in his way that he was prefect. As the Slytherin prefect led them out of the Great Hall, Harry caught sight of Hermione, who was hurrying up the stairs. However, Hermione managed to get out of the Gryffindor line just as Harry and Crystal got out of the Slytherin line. We need to warn Terry, Hermione said. He doesn't know about the troll. Okay, follow me, Harry said. The three of them bolted upstairs and down a corridor. As they ran, Harry suddenly heard footsteps. Looking down a corridor to the right, he saw Snape running towards the third floor. I wonder what he's doing, Hermione asked. Probably trying to make sure that no one gets past that dog, Crystal supplied. Let's not worry about Snape, Harry told Hermione. Let's get Terry Boot so that he doesn't encounter the thing. They continued down the corridor and had just made it halfway when Harry smelled something foul. He held both Hermione and Crystal back, and soon he was glad that he had. Something came down the opposite corridor, and it was the worst thing that Harry had seen, on top of everything else. Oh my God, that's a troll, Hermione gasped. And it's going into that room, Harry told her. Got a plan, Harry? Crystal asked. Well, if it goes in, then we'll lock the door, Harry answered. That will keep him away, and then we can get Dumbledore. Sounds like a good idea to me, Crystal said. Me too, Hermione said, though Harry could see that she was scared. Harry couldn't blame her. That troll looked like it could destroy you with one blow of the club that it was carrying. When the troll went inside, all three of them bolted for the door. Harry slammed it shut and then locked it. All three of them cheered at their success, but then stopped when a loud yell came from the locked chamber. Oh no, Harry groaned, his face going white. We've locked it in with Terry Boot. And so, knowing that they would have to face the troll, Harry unlocked the door and all three of them rushed in, wands drawn. It was a horrible sight. Harry was crouched on the floor, terror on his face, the troll advancing. It made a swing with its club and Sinks became a distant memory. Any idea? Crystal asked, who looked just as scared as Harry was. Harry grabbed a pipe and threw it at the troll, which knocked off its shoulder. I think we need to distract it, Hermione said. And Crystal, you can get Harry and get you both out of here. Got it, Crystal said. Both Harry and Hermione started throwing things at it, screaming and yelling at it. The troll was starting to get annoyed at their voices, and when it turned, Crystal dived under its feet and grabbed Harry. Come on, we need to get you out of here, Crystal told Harry. Chi troll, he stammered. Come on, or I'll hex you, Crystal hissed. This got Harry's feet moving, but then the troll noticed them and turned its attentions back on them. That's when Harry did something both brave but really stupid. He launched at the troll and managed to get around its neck. At the same time, his wand went right up the troll's left nostril. Screaming in pain, it started to flay around, and that's when Harry found himself upside down. Do something, Hermione, Harry yelled. Like what? Hermione asked. Harry ducked to keep from getting hit by the troll's club. I don't know. Any spell that you've learned, Harry told her. Hermione took out her wand and yelled, Wingardium Leviosa. The troll's club went up into the air and then came down with a sickening crack, right on its owner's head. Both the troll and Harry fell, and Harry only managed to get away from the troll in time. Is it dead? Harry asked. I think it's just knocked out, Harry said. Thank God, that's over, Hermione said as Harry fetched his wand. Oh, troll boogers, Harry groaned and wiped them on the troll's trousers. A few moments later, Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell came running in. Quirrell took one look at the troll and sat down on the toilet, clutching his heart. Snape checked over the troll, but it was McGonagall that was looking at them as though she might explode. What do you think you three were doing? McGonagall asked. Why aren't you three in your common rooms? It's all right, they were coming to fetch me, Harry suddenly said. McGonagall turned and looked at him. Mr. Boot, she said. I was. Ron Weasley made fun of him for some spell that they learned in Charms, and he wasn't in the Great Hall to hear that there was a troll, Harry injected. Is this true, Mr. Boot? McGonagall asked him. Yes, ma'am, Harry answered. Potter stuck his wand up the troll's nostril, Walker tried to get me away, and Granger hit it with the spell we learned in Charms. If they hadn't come in time, I probably would have been dead. I'm going to have a long talk with Mr. Weasley, McGonagall said. That I'll agree with, Minerva, Snape said. She turned her attention back to Harry, Hermione, and Crystal. Well, I must admit that not many first-year students could tackle a fully grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. I'm awarding Miss Granger 10 points. And 30 points each for Mr. Potter and Miss Walker, Snape added. 30. I don't. I'm their head of house and I can award as many points as possible, Snape told her. But I'm taking 5 points from Gryffindor for Weasley's serious lack of some form of intelligence. I think that Mrs. Weasley should be told about this. McGonagall nodded and then let them go. Thanks for saving me, Harry said. It was no problem, Crystal said. You were in trouble and you needed help. We would do that for anyone. Well, I'm sorry about Gryffindor losing points, Harry said. Well, I'm not, Hermione told him. He's determined to be remembered as the worst git in this school. Personally, I think that 50 points should have been taken from him. That's not very fair, Harry said. I mean, you're supposed to want to take the house cup from Slytherin. He suddenly looked horrified, but both Harry and Crystal laughed. You haven't insulted us, if you want to know, Crystal told him. So what to be our friend? Harry looked as though this was the worst idea that he had ever heard, but he then nodded and shook everyone's hands. Well, I think we should return to our common rooms before the other students eat all the food, Harry said. They all agreed and headed back to their common rooms. Having Terry Boot as a friend did something to Harry that hadn't happened before. It had gone through the entire school that Harry and Crystal, along with Hermione, had saved a Ravenclaw's life. Soon everyone was waving at Harry and some were even nice to Crystal. It was the most shocking thing that had ever happened to him. Of course, this enabled Crystal to talk about some of the things that her father did in the Muggle world, and most of the Muggleborns were hanging on her every word. Of course, soon talk started on the first match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Crystal pretended not to pay attention to any of it because she really didn't like the game. It's all about a bunch of men getting together and trying to catch a stupid ball, Crystal told him. It has male ego written all over it. Oh come on, it's not that bad, Fred Weasley told her. I mean, we've got girls playing on the team. But none on the Slytherin team, Crystal added. Well, maybe Snape doesn't like girls, George added. I highly doubt that, Harry said. Well, I think that Snape is gay, Fred said. Crystal gave him a small smile. Oh, want to put a bet on that? She asked. How about I give you 10 galleons if it's true that Snape is gay? If not, then you have to give me 10 galleons. Deal, Fred said, shaking on it. Harry had a really bad feeling about this. As the school entered the month of November, the grounds turned bitterly cold. The mountains became like ice and the lake turned to chilled steel. Of course, nothing could stop that school from being excited about the first match, and that's how Harry and his new gang of friends ended up in the stands. Harry's friends, which had started out with only Crystal and Hermione, now had Terry Boot, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Justin Finch Fletchley, Lavender Brown, and to most people's surprise, Neville Longbottom. Harry wore his Slytherin scarf over his robes and winter cloak and joined his friends on one side of the stands. Gryffindor has a new seeker, Lavender Brown told Harry. Really? Who? Harry asked. Some second year that has a hard to pronounce name, Lavender answered. Lav, do you even try and pronounce his name? Hannah asked her. I've tried, twice, for your information, Lavender answered. The match started and Gryffindor got the quaffle first, which excited Lavender Brown. Of course, the match was being commentated by Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins. And Angelina takes the quaffle for Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. Harry grinned at the look that Professor McGonagall was giving him. And she's really belting along up there. A neat pass to Alicia Spinnet, a good friend of Oliver Wood's, last year only a reserve back to Johnson, and no, the Slytherins have taken the quaffle. Slytherin captain Marcus Flint gains the quaffle and off he goes, Flint flying like an eagle up there. He's going to SC no, stopped by an excellent move by Gryffindor keeper Wood, and the Gryffindors take the quaffle. On and on it went. Gryffindor scored first and the Gryffindors that were Harry's friends cheered. Of course, Harry moaned that Slytherin hadn't scored yet. Crystal gave him a look that told him that she really didn't care that Slytherin won or lost, as long as they got out of the cold. I thought you wanted our house to win, Harry said. I know I should care, but I don't, Crystal said. Slytherin will win the House Cup, like always, and nothing is going to change. Well, we might win, Neville pointed out. True, Crystal said. A few minutes later Slytherin finally scored, and that's when Hagrid joined them. Harry was glad that he had, because he really didn't want a fight to start between Neville and Crystal over a game. How are things? Harry asked, taking his eyes off the game. Well, Hagrid answered, so keeping out of trouble. Snape makes sure of it, Harry told him. Professor Snape, Hagrid corrected. Yeah, him, Harry muttered. Come on, Ari, things aren't that bad, Hagrid told him. Of course, I'm hoping that you're not still upset about not being sorted into Gryffindor. I'm used to it, Harry told him. But it would have been nice to be in Gryffindor. At least Ron wouldn't have hated me. Oh, don't worry about him, Hannah Abbott said. He's nothing but an old windbag. Harry almost felt like pointing out that Ron wasn't old. Slytherin won the match, and that meant that there was to be a big party to celebrate. Harry and Crystal were beside themselves with delight that Slytherin had won. Of course, Harry hoped that his friends in the other houses didn't think too much of it. The next day Harry decided to pay Hagrid a visit. Crystal was sleeping due to staying up so late having fun. When Harry knocked on the door, Hagrid opened it and, smiling, he motioned him in. Harry took off his cloak and Fang bounded towards him, licking his face. So where's Crystal at? Hagrid asked. Sleeping in, Harry answered, yawning. We didn't get to bed until late. Figures, he muttered, and Harry got the impression that he didn't like the idea that Gryffindor had lost. So want me to make you a cup of tea? That would be great, Harry said. While Hagrid made Harry's tea, Harry thought a lot about what had been happening over the past couple of months. First, Hagrid takes something out of Gringotts and has it brought to Hogwarts, and then he, Crystal, and Hermione find out that a giant three-headed dog was guarding it. With adding Quirrell to the equation, and Harry wondered how long the thing would last. Hagrid, I think that thing that you brought with you to Hogwarts is in danger, Harry said. Hagrid looked at him. What are you on about, Ari? Hagrid asked. Well, me and my friends believe that Quirrell is after whatever that giant three-headed dog is guarding, Harry told him. Hagrid dropped the teapot. How do you know about Fluffy? Hagrid asked. Fluffy, that thing has a name, Harry commented. Of course he does, Hagrid said. I bought him off a Greek chap that I met at the pub last year and lent him to Dumbledore to guard the... Guard what, Hagrid? Harry asked. I'm not telling you any more, Hagrid told him, picking up the shattered remains of a once useful teapot. What that dog is guarding is between Albus Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Aha, said Harry, so there's someone called Nicholas Flamel involved, is there? Hagrid looked furious with himself. On Sunday, Harry had another visit to make with Professor Snape. They continued to talk about Harry's childhood and about how more stressful it had gotten when Harry's powers started to show. Uncle Vernon hated me even more, Harry told him. And I didn't even know why. People fear what they don't understand, Snape told him. Harry was a little surprised that he used that Muggle saying, and Snape noticed his surprise. You think that I can't use that to make a point, do you? Snape asked him. No, sir, Harry replied. I'm just surprised, that's all. When their 2 hours were up, Harry left and Snape headed to the headmaster's office to report on how things were going. The headmaster seemed to be pleased that Snape had made progress in helping Harry deal with things. But what I'm afraid of is when he returns to that environment, Snape told him. Well, as long as you're watching the house, then there shouldn't be any problems, Dumbledore told him. Snape highly doubted that. Harry needed someone that would allow him to have less stress in his life. He had heard that Crystal was allowing Harry to spend the summer over at her house, and Snape had a funny feeling that Crystal's mother would mollycoddle him. He had this thought a number of times, but he didn't dare tell the headmaster what he was thinking. The man would put a stop to it. He needed to come up with a plan, and soon. Of course, being in Slytherin, he would have a plan in no time. As for Harry, he and his friends returned to lessons on Monday. Draco Malfoy was glaring at him from time to time, and Harry had a feeling that even though Slytherin had won, he was sore at him for associating with people that people like the Malfoys didn't approve of. Well, Harry didn't care. He never had friends before Hogwarts, and he wasn't going to give up the ones that he had just to survive in Slytherin. What's wrong with Malfoy? Crystal asked as they left class. Don't look at me, there's always something wrong with Malfoy, Harry muttered unpleasantly. Well, I think we need to get back at him, Crystal told him. I mean, he makes fun of our friends, and he thinks that because he's Daddy's little boy that he can do whatever he wants. Harry seemed to like this idea. So what's the plan? Crystal gave him a nasty smile and then told him of what she had planned. They would do the prank during dinner, and Crystal would use one of the spells that her mum had taught her to make sure the prank worked. Do you think it will work? Harry asked. Crystal laughed at his question. Of course it will work, Crystal told him. My mum wasn't a charms mistress for nothing. Harry nodded, feeling excited about Malfoy getting what was coming to him. That night all the students were having dinner. The plan was for Harry to start talking to Malfoy, letting Crystal do her little part. Harry sat next to Malfoy with Crystal on the other side of him. Draco, can I ask you something? Harry started. He turned his head away from his dinner. And what do you want to ask, Potter? Malfoy asked. How you can be better than I, because you'll never be better than me. Harry gave him a sweet smile. Of course not, Harry said, ignoring his insult. I was just wondering if you think that you'll end up on the Slytherin Quidditch team next year. Of course I will, Potter, Malfoy said. All the Malfoys have been on the Slytherin Quidditch team. As he answered Harry's question, Crystal muttered a few words on Malfoy's bowl and then tucked her wand away. Malfoy returned to his foot, but then let out a scream of horror a few minutes later when his face turned into that of a bird. The students burst out laughing, and Malfoy had to run out of the Great Hall. Crystal and Harry both snickered at each other, winking. Snape just shook his head. News that Malfoy had been pranked and no one knew who had done it had spread through the school like wildfire. Snape, himself, thought it had been one sneaking and cunning trick. Of course Lucius came to demand that Snape find out who had pranked his son, and Snape lied, telling him that he would. Lucius believed him and left the school. A week later something strange happened that not even Dumbledore would have expected. Things were starting to wind down because the first half of the term was coming to an end. The students were coming down for breakfast when their way was blocked by all the cats that lived in Hogwarts. When one of the students tried to reach for one, it scratched her. Dumbledore called upon McGonagall at once. "We need to find out what's going on," Dumbledore told her. "I'll get on it right away," McGonagall said, and then changing into a cat, she was gone. However, things didn't turn out well for McGonagall. She reported that the cats had hissed at her, but at least one of them told her why they were doing this. They were protesting how they were being treated by the magical world at large. "They want full access to the Great Hall," she told him. "And they want fresh fish, not the canned stuff that they've been given." Dumbledore didn't think that his day could get any stranger. Of course, that wasn't counting the fact that Crystal had found a dead body. How in the world did a dead Muggle get on the Hogwarts grounds? Dumbledore demanded. "I don't know, Professor," Hagrid said. "I didn't even know there was a body." Dumbledore felt the beginnings of a headache. When he had heard that Crystal had found the body of a woman, he had assumed that she was a witch, but it had turned out that she was a Muggle. Why had she been dumped here, and was this attacked from the Death Eaters to prove that Hogwarts wasn't a safe place for the students? Heck, if a Muggle's body could be dumped here, then what next? "Has the Ministry taken care of it?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to help solve who killed her," Hagrid told him. "I know. Let me know what happens," he said, and then dismissed Hagrid. Word that a Muggle's body was found spread through the school like wildfire. The Slytherins, well, most of them, were pleased that a Muggle was dead. Draco even mentioned that the Muggleborns might be next, and Harry didn't like that. Of course, Harry knew that Draco was talking about Hermione when he turned and looked right at him when he said what he had said. "Let's get out of here," Crystal muttered, wanting to keep a fight from happening. Harry allowed her to take him away. They found Hermione busy looking over her defense against the dark arts work, and she looked up when they approached. Harry and Crystal sat down and looked at her. "Did you hear about the body that Crystal had found?" Harry asked her. "Yes," Hermione answered, "and I'm sorry that the woman died." "Me too," Crystal said. "Maybe my dad will find out who killed her and take her to jail." "Of course I would love it to be Lucius." "Draco's dad," Harry said. Crystal nodded. "Well, if it's Draco's father, then he deserves what he gets," Harry told them. "Causing a Muggle to die is horrible." "Well, my dad has seen worse, trust me," Crystal told him. "I mean, my dad told me that some of his cases gave him nightmares. I figured that's why he never mentioned them." "Did you write home and tell your dad that you found a dead body?" Hermione asked. Crystal shook her head. "I don't want him to get worried about my safety, and I already get made fun of because I don't believe in all that pureblood nonsense. How can I when I'm a half-blood? Anyway, I'm far too cunning to even tell him about the fact that I'm getting teased because I'm a half-blood. I don't want him to think the school condones that." "I agree," Hermione said, closing her book. "I mean, I don't tell my parents everything. I don't want them to think that students are going to target me because I'm Muggleborns." "What about you, Harry?" Crystal asked. "I don't write home because my uncle and aunt don't want to hear anything from me," Harry told them, "and that's how I like it." A week later, Professor Snape came around with a list of students that would be staying for the Christmas break. Harry signed his list at once and noticed that he was one of the few Slytherins that would be spending their Christmas here. Harry heard from Fred and George that Ron was staying as well because Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were going to Romania to visit their son, Charlie, who was studying dragons. "So are you going to look for Flammel while I'm gone?" Hermione asked after potions. "That's the plan," Harry said. As they headed up the stairs to the entrance hall, Harry thought about the potions lesson. Malfoy was jealous when Snape had given Harry a good mark for his potion. It seemed that, according to their last session, that his mum had been brilliant in them. It made Harry proud that he had another natural talent besides flying. Once he had gotten that good mark, Malfoy teased him about staying at Hogwarts for the winter break. "So are the Muggles going to give you a comb or something?" Malfoy had asked. Harry ignored him, but he saw Ron snickering. Snape at once told Malfoy to return to his cauldron, pointing out that he had no business talking because his potion was starting to look like something that Snape had thrown up when he was 7. Malfoy glared at Harry and returned to his potion, which was ruined. The next day all the students had left the school, including most of the teachers. Only Professors McGonagall, Dumbledore, Flitwick, and Snape were behind. Harry wondered if Snape stayed behind because he didn't have a family to go home to for the holidays. Of course things weren't exactly fun for Harry in the Slytherin common room. Since only 3 Slytherins, including himself, had chosen to stay at Hogwarts for the winter break, he really didn't have anyone to talk to. So he spent his time trying to find Flamel and figure out ways to get Malfoy expelled, which were fun to think about even if it didn't work. Harry also started to remember important potions, like the forgetfulness potion and the different remedies that might be used if you get poisoned or even really ill. On Christmas Day Harry woke up to a large amount of presents. The first one was from Hermione and it was a box of chocolate frogs. The second one was from Ron's mother, Mrs. Weasley. She had knitted him a green sweater with a silver snake on it and had included a box of homemade fudge, which he had to warm up before eating. Hagrid had given him a wooden flute that sounded a bit like an owl when he played. It was clear that Hagrid had whittled it himself. Fred and George also sent him candy, and the Dursleys had given him a 50-pence piece taped to a note that Hedwig had given him. The pet that Harry had been given as a present had been taken by Crystal so that none of the other Slytherins would try and use her as a potion's ingredient. There were only 2 packages left. Harry opened the first one and saw 2 books and a handwritten note. To Harry, from a friend. The first book talks about the making of Horcrux and how to destroy them, and the second was a book of potion and spells. Harry didn't know who the friend was, but he was thankful that someone had given him these books. The last gift was a cloak that had once belonged to his father. Harry figured that using it wouldn't be too bad as long as he didn't get caught, and he wasn't intending to do that. Harry placed the invisibility cloak over him and left his dorm. He needed to find out more about Flamel, and he knew the only place that he would find it was in the restricted section. Now thanks to this cloak Madame Pants would never find out that he had been in that part of the library. When he walked in, the library looked deserted and dark, and at once Harry headed for the restricted section. Of course he didn't get far. He bumped into something and it turned out, to his absolute horror, to be Professor Snape. Snape took the cloak off at once and looked down at his scared student. "What in devil's name are you doing out of bed, Potter?" Snape demanded. Harry knew that he couldn't lie, so he told him that he was looking for Flamel. "And I thought that the library would have that information, am I correct, Potter?" Snape snarled. "Yes, sir," Harry said. "Well, it doesn't," Snape told him. "That book was already checked out." Now Harry really felt stupid. The book that he needed was already out. "Come along, Potter, before Filch catches you," Snape snapped, and grabbing Harry they both left the library. They headed down the marble staircase and back down into the dungeons. At first Harry thought that Snape was going to take him back to his dorm, but instead he led him back to his office. Harry sat in one of the seats and Snape came around to his desk. "Now why, Potter, are you interested in knowing about Flamel?" Harry didn't know if he should answer, but he figured that Snape might know exactly what the dog is guarding, and also Harry knew that he had to start trusting someone. "Well, Hermione thinks that the dog on the 3rd floor is guarding something," Harry told Snape, "and we were sort of trying to figure out what it is." "Mr. Potter, why do you think that you need to know everything?" Snape asked him. "Why do you think that adults need to tell you things that are not your concern?" "Because no one has told me even the basic things, and more Dursley nonsense," Snape cut in. "Fine, but if you tell the headmaster that I told you, I make your 2nd year, if you pass, a living hell." Harry sharply looked at him and nodded. Hagrid brought to Hogwarts a stone called the Sorcerer's Stone, which was created by Nicholas Flamel. Both he and his wife have been living off the potion that the stone creates, which needs to be brewed every 100 years. Dumbledore believes that the Dark Lord has a servant here that is trying to get his hands on the stone. Quirrell, Harry cut in. Snape looked at him in surprise. He won't shake my hand, not like the others, and Hermione figured that something might happen if he touches me, Harry told him. Indeed, Snape commented, I must have a talk to Miss Granger about being right. Anyway, Quirrell can't touch you because you have your mum's protection. Anyhow, if he gets his hands on the stone, then the Dark Lord can come back and try and finish you off. Great, Harry muttered, I thought I was going to have a nice, normal, term. If he doesn't get his hands on it, then you shall, Snape told him. Anyway, the teachers that Dumbledore trusts were given the task of setting up magical barriers to keep whoever is after the stone from getting it. Do you think they will hold? Harry asked him. They will if Quirrell isn't the one after the stone, but I saw him going up to the 3rd floor and that caused my leg to get bitten. So you don't trust him, Harry concluded. Correct, Snape said. Now let's get you to bed before the headmaster finds out that you've been out of bed. Harry got up and folded the cloak over his arm. Thanks for telling me, sir, Harry told him. Snape sighed and looked coldly at him. I don't like the headmaster keeping things from you, Snape told him. Consider this a lesson. Don't trust people that hid things from you. Harry nodded and soon he was gone. Now that Harry knew what the dog was guarding, he couldn't wait for the term to start. He cornered Hermione and told her that the dog was guarding the Sorcerer's Stone and that Snape had told him that there was loads of protection. He also included the fact that Snape had gotten his leg bitten because he was trying to protect the stone from him. So he believes that Quirrell is after the stone, Hermione said. Yes, and that's why we need to get our hands on it first, Harry told them. Why don't we get Snape involved? Crystal suggested. Tell him that we're going down there to get the stone before Quirrell can figure out that we know. Harry didn't know if Snape would go for it, but he was willing to try. All right, but we need to first find out how to get past a 3-headed dog, Harry said. This got an instant excitement from Crystal. I talked to my mum and she said that music makes it fall asleep. Harry could have keyed her, but instead he went down to tell Snape that they were going after the Sorcerer's Stone. 111 Unbigentillion 111 Bigentillion 111 Novemdecillion 111 Octodecillion 111 Septendecillion 111 Sextecillion 111 Quindecillion 111 Quatortecillion 111 Tridecillion 111 Duodecillion 111 Undecillion 111 Decillion 111 Nonillion 111 Octillion 111 Septillion 111 Sextillion 111 Quintillion 111 Quadrillion 111 trillion 111 billion 111 million 111,111. Are you nuts? Snape asked. No, we want to make sure that Voldemort doesn't come back, Harry told him. Snape groaned. Fine, I'll be able to get past McGonagall's trap, Snape said, but let's hope that Walker's tip works out. Me too, Harry said, because I don't feel like singing. Snape decided that he didn't want to hear Potter sing. Hermione was waiting on them when they arrived. She didn't smile at Snape, but she smiled at Harry and Crystal and they returned it. I trust that there's a reason for Bring Granger, Snape said to Harry. She's the brightest witch here and my friend, Harry said. Snape felt the sudden desire to roll his eyes, but they did have a job to do. Fine, but she better know what to do, Snape told Harry. I'm not going to rescue Granger just because she gets in over her head. Don't worry about that, Professor, Hermione said. Snape rolled his eyes and then opened the door. Fluffy looked at them when they walked in, but Harry put the flute to his lips and slowly Fluffy went to sleep. It took the combined strength of Snape, Crystal, and Hermione to get the trap door open, but once it was, Harry saw that it was completely dark. Crystal jumped down first, followed by Snape. Hermione took the flute from Harry, which almost woke Fluffy up. But she started playing, allowing Harry to jump in first and then Hermione followed. They landed on something soft, but almost at once something wrapped around them. What is this stuff? Harry asked. Devil snare, Potter, Snape told him, and you must remain perfectly still or it will kill you faster. Harry almost panicked, but he trusted that Snape knew what he was talking about. One by one all of them sunk deep into the plant and they all landed, on top each other, on the floor. This annoyed Snape for some reason. "Get the bloody hell off of me," he snarled. Harry, Crystal, and Hermione hurried off of him and they both straightened up. "So who put that there?" Crystal asked. "Professor Sprout," Snape answered. She thought it would be smart to have a plant strangle people. Harry figured that he would have a talk about Sprout's choice of plants. "Okay, so we had Hagrid's and Sprout's, what's next?" Harry asked. "Flitwick's," Snape answered, "and it might not be easy to get through." They entered the next chamber and all around there were different colored birds. They shimmered in the light, like different colored jewels. There were several broomsticks propped up against the wall and Harry turned to Snape. "Flitwick has enchanted the keys to fly. One of them fits the door that will lead us to the next chamber," Snape explained. "I'll do it, sir," Harry told him. Snape nodded and Harry took a broom. The birds at once attacked him and this worried Hermione and Crystal. Snape watched as he found the right key and then landed. This seemed to impress Snape even though he would never admit it. Harry unlocked the door and the four of them entered. The chamber that they entered lit up and the strangest sight that Harry had ever seen greeted him in the form of a giant chess set. "Which professor?" Crystal asked. "McGonagall," Snape answered, "and I'm the only one that can help you." "You know how to play chess?" Hermione asked. "It's called wizard chess, Miss Granger, and I know how to play," he said, his tone cold. Snape directed Harry, Hermione, Crystal, and himself to the 4 empty spaces that had once held a knight, 2 pawns, and a castle. Snape chose to be a knight so that he could direct the pieces where he wanted them. As the game started, Harry saw that Snape was very good at playing wizard chess as he kept them alive. However, to win the queen had to take the spot that Crystal occupied. "Isn't there any other way?" Harry asked. "No, there isn't, Potter," Snape answered. "Don't worry about me, Harry," Crystal said, "I'll be all right." Harry didn't want her to get hurt but he trusted Snape. Crystal moved and the queen pounced. She knocked Crystal out and at once Harry wanted to help her but Snape cut him down, telling him that they were still playing the game. Snape directed Hermione and she was able to check the king. The rest of the pieces bowed before them and the 3 of them left Crystal behind. The next chamber showed a horrible sight. A large troll turned on them, its club raised. Snape took out his wand and sent a wave of spells at it. The troll turned on its heels and then fell to the floor, knocked out cold. "Wicked, Professor," Harry commented. "Nicely put, Mr. Potter," Snape said, but Hermione saw him give a small smile. The next chamber was just a room with a line of potion bottles. One fire erupted, cutting them off from the chamber that they had been in and blocked the chamber that they needed to go into. The last one was Quirrell, which shows that he intended on taking the stone. Snape told them, "The others used the most complicated obstacles to keep us away, but Quirrell used a troll." "So he released the troll on Halloween," Hermione said. "Yes, so that he could see what Hagrid was guarding," Snape said. "He told me," Harry said to her, "so this is your spell?" Snape grinned at him and nodded. "I'm the best in potions, no one can beat me in that," Snape told him, "but I'm also good with logic. My spell is more about logic than anything. If you don't have the logic then you'll be stuck here forever." He walked over to the bottles and took a piece of parchment that was lying on the table. He handed it to Hermione who looked surprised. "See if you can handle my spell," Snape teased. Hermione took the parchment and read it over. Both him and Harry watched as Hermione looked over what was written and then looked over at the bottles. Suddenly she clapped her hands together and smiled. "The small bottle will get us through the black fire towards the stone," Hermione told them. "Correct," Snape told her, impressed. "However, there is only enough for 2 people and I believe that me and Mr. Potter." Harry thought that Hermione would be upset but she nodded. Snape picked up the bottle and handed it to Hermione. "You need to get Miss Walker to the hospital wing," Snape told her, "but don't tell Dumbledore that we went after the stone. I don't want Quirrell to know that we were onto him since he might be working for the Dark Lord. Make sure that Miss Walker doesn't talk either." "Of course, sir," Hermione said, and then taking the bottle she drank it and was gone. "Let's hope that Dumbledore hasn't placed something complicated in front of us," Snape said. They both drained the bottle and stepped inside. A large mirror greeted them but the chamber was empty. Both Snape and Harry approached the mirror, not sure what to expect. "I'll go first," Snape told Harry. Snape approached the mirror and Harry wondered what would happen next. Suddenly he backed away, fear evident on his face. "What's wrong?" Harry asked. It can't be, Snape Mo****, Ned. Who is she? Who is she?" "Sir, calm down, please," Harry begged. "What's wrong?" But Snape didn't answer, he just sat there. Harry approached the mirror and looked at it. Deep down he feared that he would see the same thing that Snape had, but all he saw was his reflection. His reflected self pulled something out of his pocket and Harry saw that it was a stone, deep blood red. He placed it back into his pocket and winked. Harry couldn't believe that he had gotten the stone. He turned around and saw Snape looking up at him. "Come on, let's get out of here," Harry told him. "I've got the stone." Snape, who looked like he was totally unprepared for the first time, got up and both of them left. Snape and Harry didn't tell Dumbledore that they had their hands on the Sorcerer's Stone. The plan was for Snape to continue to put the pressure on Quirrell and make him believe that the stone was still being guarded. While Harry pretended that he didn't even know what was going on, Snape would figure out how the elixir of life was even obtained from the stone. "So if Voldemort comes back, the potion would keep us from dying," Harry said. "Yes, and that's what's important," Snape told him. "Oh, how did you like the books that I gave you for Christmas?" Harry was surprised. "Well, I found them interesting, sir," Harry said. "I mean, dark and interesting." "And that's what you have to avoid," Snape told him. "The Dark Lord read up on everything that consisted of the dark arts and he became infected with it. To know the dark arts is just as important as the defense part of it. The other houses want to keep themselves away from such matters, but I find that those that know what the enemy uses as a weapon will enable you to survive." "And these Horcruxes are all dark," Harry said. "They're the darkest," Snape countered. "They require murdering someone to be made, and I never want to see someone create one. It keeps you from dying, but there are certain practices that you should never do. Do I make myself clear?" "Crystal, sir," Harry said. "Good, now I believe that you have homework to complete," Snape said. "And Potter, make sure that you don't breathe a word of this to Dumbledore. That man has been hiding things from you and I don't believe that he should be trusted." "But Hagrid told me all sorts of great things about him," Harry protested. "True, but even great men can be blinded by certain things, and I'm afraid that Dumbledore is a very blind man," Snape told Harry. Harry visited Crystal in the hospital wing, and while Madame Pomfrey was out of sight, Crystal was told that they had managed to get their hands on the stone. "So you're telling me that we might be able to become immortal?" Crystal whispered. "Yes, but Snape has the stone and we can't get our hands on it until he has figured out how to get the potion out of it," Harry told her. Crystal gave this some thought. "I've got an idea," Crystal said, "but don't ask me what it is." "I don't think I really want to know." During their next class, Harry noticed that Crystal wasn't there even though Madame Pomfrey had let her leave. Harry was sure that Crystal was going to go after the Sorcerer's Stone and he wouldn't ask her about it until she was ready to tell him. The next match would be between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Gryffindor had managed to win their last match against Hufflepuff, who had lost it against Ravenclaw, and he knew that everyone would be out of the castle. Of course, Snape found out that the stone was missing and he asked Harry about it. "I don't know where it is," Harry told him. "Anyway, I thought that you had it." "I did, but it's gone," Snape said, "and I almost figured out how to get the potion out of it." "Well, I hope you find it soon before Dumbledore finds out," Harry told him. "Oh, don't worry, he won't find out," Snape told him. "Now I need to have a chat with Professor Quirrell to keep the heat on." On the morning of the next Quidditch match, Crystal cornered Harry, who was heading out of the castle. She whispered something in his ears and they waited until Professor Snape had gone outside and then hurried downstairs. When they arrived, a clear solution was waiting on them. "What is it?" Harry asked. "The elixir of life," Crystal answered. "I used some spells that my mum taught me and it showed which spells were used to obtain the potion. I was able to extract the potion from the stone and it's waiting for us to drink." Deep down, Harry knew that Snape would kill him, but his parents had died and there was no way that he was going to die the same way they did. Crystal handed him the glass and he drank it down. She followed and Harry felt a strange sensation going through him, like he had drunk something that his body had never encountered before. Suddenly he felt something moving inside him and then Crystal gasped. A ribbon of mist came from around Harry and then a shape started to form. To Harry's horror, it was the shape of a man. He hissed at Harry and then vanished. Harry felt himself going back, but Crystal caught him. "Let's get you to the couch," Crystal said. Crystal slowly led him to the couch and placed him on it. No sooner had Crystal made him comfortable that the entrance to the common room opened and Harry saw Snape standing there. "I should have known," he hissed and approached Crystal. "Miss Walker, what made you think that I wouldn't have noticed that you had taken the Sorcerer's Stone?" "Aye. Does it work?" Snape asked. "Yes," Crystal answered, "but it had a strange effect on Harry." "Explain," Snape demanded. "Well, this thing came out of him and I could tell that it was evil," Crystal explained. Snape took out his wand and muttered something under his breath. The wand lit up and then died. "I can't believe this," Snape commented. "It's gone." "What's gone, sir?" Crystal asked. Snape turned to look at her but said nothing. He then got up and left, taking the potion and stone with him. Snape thought about what had happened in the common room long after the rest of the school had returned from their Quidditch match. Hufflepuff had managed to win, but Snape didn't care if the Slytherin common room had no celebration. The elixir of life had managed to destroy the fragment that had been inside Harry's body. He knew that he should tell Dumbledore, but that would admitting that he had helped 3 students to get it, and that would alert Quirrell. Grinning slightly at the fact that Voldemort could not kill Harry, he got up. It was time to have another small talk with Quirrell, since he had eluded this talk once before. 111 Vigentilian 111 Vigentilian 111 Novemdecilian 111 Octodecilian 111 Septendecilian 111 Sextecilian 111 Quindecilian 111 Quatuordecilian 111 Tridecilian 111 Duodecilian 111 Undecilian 111 Decilian 111 Nonillion 111 Octillion 111 Septillion 111 Sextillion 111 Quintillion 111 Quadrillion 111 trillion 111 billion 111 million 111,111. Professor Quirrell was in hot water, as Muggles like to say, and he knew that his master wasn't pleased with him. So far he hadn't managed to figure out how to get past the 3-headed dog, and he hoped that his master would have an idea. "Quirrell," came the hissing voice of Voldemort. "Yes, master," Quirrell said, almost afraid. "Get a dragon's egg and use it to find out how to get past that dog," Voldemort commanded. "Yes, master," Quirrell said, glad that he now had a course of action to follow. "And, Quirrell," Voldemort added. "Yes, master? Don't fail or I shall make you wish that you were dead." Quirrell headed out of the castle, a dragon egg in his pocket. He knew that Hagrid went to the Hog's Head to drink, and he had plans on getting Hagrid very drunk. Of course Snape was on his tail, and the man cornered him before he had even reached the gates. "Quirrell," Snape called out. "What do you want, Severus?" he asked. "I want to have a chat with you, Quirrell. You've been avoiding me," Snape told him. "I don't know what you mean," Quirrell stammered. Snape gave him a nasty look. "Oh, you know what I mean," Snape said. "What kind of game are you playing? You have never gone into the village before." Quirrell was scared, and he knew that Snape could tell. "Look, I just wanted to go into town, that's all," he said. "That better be all, Quirrell, because if I find out that you're doing something that brings shame to Hogwarts, then I'm sure that Dumbledore will find an excellent replacement to your post. Good day." And Snape turned and headed back into the castle. So Quirrell was going into town, now was he, Dumbledore said when Snape reported what he had talked to Quirrell about. "Yes, Headmaster," Snape said. "Then he's going to try and figure out how to get past Hagrid's pet," Dumbledore said. "Now about Harry. How are things going with your talks?" "Well," Snape answered, "he trusts me, and that's important with things like this." "That I agree, Severus," Dumbledore said. "Make sure that he continues to trust you, and remember the summer holidays are coming." "I fully understand, Headmaster," Snape told him and then left. Snape was glad to be away from the headmaster, as he wanted to spend time alone with the potion that Crystal had gotten out of the stone. However, he didn't make it back when he was cornered by McGonagall. "Severus, I need to talk to you," she said. "Want to go to my office, Minerva?" Snape asked her. "My office will be fine," McGonagall said, and he followed her. It had been a long time since he had seen the inside of McGonagall's office, but everything was as it had been. He sat down and she offered him a drink, which he declined. Severus, I worried about Potter, McGonagall said, taking a small drink of her brandy. In what way are you worried about him? Snape asked. I'm worried about what will happen when he leaves Hogwarts, McGonagall clarified. He'll be back with those muggles and you know that they won't treat him well. Snape sneered at the thought of those muggles. I have a plan, Minerva, Snape told her. And what is this plan, Severus? I'm going to live with him for the first month and then he'll stay with the Walkers for the rest of the summer holiday, Snape told her. That way he can get his homework done and won't be bullied by his relations. I'm not letting Potter go through what he has gone through before he came here. We've worked hard on helping him overcome what they have done and I'm not having all of that work destroyed. Dumbledore can get angry with me all he wants but that's where I stand on the subject. Which I fully understand, McGonagall said. I'm glad we do, Snape told her. Now I need to get back to my office and get some homework graded. Of course, Severus, McGonagall said, and I'll come by and check on him as well. As you wish, Snape said and then left. Harry, Crystal, and Hermione didn't hear much about Quirrell and what he might be up to, which Harry was glad about. Hermione informed Harry and Crystal that the exams were almost upon them and both of them knew that if they didn't pass them that Harry, at least, would be spending the summer with one very angry potions master. Of course the teachers were thinking along the same lines as Hermione and piled so much homework that the Easter holidays weren't nearly as fun as the Christmas ones. Of course Harry, being nearly at the top of the potions class as Hermione, didn't have any problems getting through the extra potions homework that Snape had given them, but he had problems with some of the others. The most was with history of magic and the least with defense against the dark arts. One Sunday afternoon Harry was busy working on his charms when he saw Hagrid. He wondered what the gamekeeper was doing in the library and was just about to ask when he appeared, a book behind him. Studying? He asked. Yes, Harry answered. So what do you have behind your back? Oh, nothing, Hagrid lied. So is Snape treating you well? Yes, Harry answered. Well, I'll let you get back to your nothing. And he returned to his work. Of course, as soon as Hagrid was gone, he went looking at the section that Hagrid had been in. Harry couldn't believe what he was seeing. Dragons. When he first heard about them he didn't think that they existed, but they did. Harry wondered what it would be like to have one, though he was sure that Snape would stamp his foot on that idea. Still, the idea of having one was very appealing and so he decided to pay Hagrid a visit. He gathered his things and then left. 20 minutes later Harry appeared at Hagrid's hut. A note had been placed on it, saying that Hagrid had gone to do something for Dumbledore. Harry tried the door and found it unlocked and so he entered. Fang wasn't there when Harry appeared, but a fire was burning and inside was a large egg. Harry quickly grabbed it and hurried back to the castle. He was going to hatch the dragon and then raise it. With luck he would have his own pet, one that would terrify Dudley. You took Hagrid's dragon egg, Malfoy said, not sure what to make of Harry taking Hagrid's things. The dragon egg was back on the fire and it was being admired by a group of third years. Yep. I was thinking about raising it, Harry said. You're one strange wizard, Malfoy commented. Of course this might work. What do you mean, it might work? Crystal asked him. Harry is going to be in trouble if Snape finds out that he has an illegal dragon. Crystal, no one is going to find out, Harry told her. I'll make sure of that. Whatever you say, Harry, Crystal said, though Harry knew that she was delighted in having something else to fawn over. Malfoy, of course, promised not to tell Snape or Dumbledore that Harry had taken Hagrid's egg. Of course that didn't stop Malfoy from smirking when he saw how badly Hagrid looked. He figured that Hagrid found out that someone had stolen his egg. Of course he didn't figure that it had been Harry. All of Slytherin House banded together to guard Harry's secret and for the next several weeks the egg remained a secret. And then one morning an owl arrived and delivered Harry a note. It's hating, the note said. Harry tucked it into his robes and then hurried down to the common room. The dragon egg was propped on the table. Crystal and Malfoy were looking at it. Harry joined them and they watched as it slowly broke out of its shell. When the dragon came out it didn't look very pretty. It looked around and then looked right at Harry. That's a Norwegian Ridgeback, Crystal told Harry. So what are you going to name him? Norbert, Harry answered, which caused Malfoy to snort. Mummy, the dragon said. Harry stared at it and then it said, Mummy, again. Did you hear it talk? Harry asked. Both Malfoy and Crystal shook their heads. What do you mean by that, Potter? Malfoy asked. I'm meaning that I heard it talk to me, Harry told him. Both Malfoy and Crystal looked at each other. Are you saying that it talked to you? Crystal said, looking worried. Yes, Harry said, it talked to me. Wow, Potter, I didn't know that you could talk to dragons, Malfoy said. Me either, Harry said. Over the next couple of days Harry and Norbert developed a bond, not like the snake that Crystal's mother had given him, which was still at Crystal's house. Harry was able to get what he needed due to Malfoy writing to his father. Harry wasn't sure what he thought of this, but if it kept Dumbledore from finding out that he had a dragon, then that was fine with him. The dragon, of course, started to grow, and soon Harry had to find a place for it so that it wouldn't get seen. Thankfully there was a part of the castle that no one had ever been to, and that kept Norbert from Snape. Meanwhile, for Snape, he was trying to figure out what Quirrell had in his pocket. Of course this just told Snape that whatever Quirrell had was going to come back and bite him right on the butt. A few days later something happened that made Harry very nervous. Filch had swore to Dumbledore that he heard a dragon stamping around. Harry knew that Dumbledore would take Filch's word and go and look for the source of the noise, and so that night found Harry, using his gift, to get Norbert out of the castle. Harry took Norbert into the Forbidden Forest, and for the next few miles they walked. Finally Harry found a spot for him and told him to stay until he came back. You won't leave me, Mummy? Norbert asked. I promise I won't, but if I don't return then I'll get into a lot of trouble, Harry said. All right, don't want to get Mummy into trouble, Norbert said. I promise that I'll be back for you, Harry vowed, and he hurried off. He used his invisibility cloak to get back into the castle and then hurried down to the common room. When he got back he fell on the couch and didn't move. Is he in the Forbidden Forest? Crystal asked. Yes, but I'll have to visit him soon, Harry said. I'm not going to leave him out there and make him think that I've forgotten about him. Crystal didn't say anything, and for once Harry was glad. Twice a week Harry took the cloak and went into the forest to make sure that Norbert was all right. The dragon was glad when he appeared, and Harry was glad that he had grown on the food that he caught in the forest. Finally, on one visit in May, Harry decided to try and ride him. Norbert didn't mind, and so Harry got on and Norbert flapped its wings. Soon both of them were in the air and flying over the castle. Harry loved the idea that Norbert could take him wherever he wanted. Suddenly Norbert directed his attention to two men on the tallest tower. One of them was shooting spells at the other. That looks like Snape and Quirrell, Harry told Norbert. Want to scare them? Norbert asked. No, let's just scare one, Harry told him. Harry made Norbert dive, and as the dragon did he shot a wave of flames at the wizard that Harry wanted it to go to, which was Quirrell. He screamed in horror, and then Harry landed. Snape stared at him and then at Quirrell, who Harry was shocked had two faces. Leave Hogwarts, Voldemort, Snape told him, or Dumbledore will be up here. Voldemort laughed. Thinking that you can hide from me, Snape, Voldemort hissed. I'll make you wish that you had never lived. You're not going to hurt him, Harry said. I and Norbert will make sure of that. Voldemort, for the first time, looked scared. Of course Harry didn't blame him. He was looking at a dragon that could breathe fire. Can I eat him? Norbert asked. Harry grinned at him. In a moment, Harry said, Hey, Voldemort, Norbert wants to eat you. Want to be his snack? No, thank you, Potter, Voldemort said, and Quirrell let out a horrible scream as Voldemort left his body. Quirrell turned into a mountain of dust and was no more. Potter, I think that we need to talk, Snape said. Harry knew he was in deep trouble, so he got off and told Norbert to return to the forest. Norbert lifted off and was gone. How? I can talk to dragons, Harry admitted. That I can see, Mr. Potter, said the sudden voice of Dumbledore. Harry was led to Dumbledore's office and made to sit down. Dumbledore then sat down in his seat and gave Harry a look that told him that he wasn't pleased. However, he spoke. Mr. Potter, there are rules concerning pets, Dumbledore told him. Having a dragon isn't on the list. But you let Weasley have a rat, Harry countered. True, but I can't let you keep the dragon, Dumbledore said. However, I will let Severus decide what the punishment will be. Harry nodded, but Snape spoke. Headmaster, if it hadn't been for Potter's gift then I would be dead, Snape told him. Surely we can let this one thing go. Dumbledore looked at him. Is this what you want, Severus? Dumbledore asked. Yes, Headmaster, Snape answered. Very well, Dumbledore said. I'll let Flamel know that his stone is safe. Sir, about the stone, Snape started. The stone has been destroyed. I'm afraid that there's nothing left. Dumbledore nodded and told both of them that they could go. Do you think he suspects? Harry asked him. No, I don't, Snape answered, but we can't let him on that we know more than we let on. I'm going to hide the stone so that no one will be able to find it. Did you drink the potion? Harry asked. Not yet, Snape said, but I will. That night, while everyone was asleep, Snape drank the potion. He then took the stone and wrapped it and put it in a safe that only he knew about. The stone would be safe until the summer term started, and then he would place it in his vault. With luck it would remain there until it was time to be retrieved once more. Of course he had no idea that Crystal had more of the elixir of life. The exams started and Harry focused his mind on getting through them. During their practical exams they were given quills bewitched with an anti-cheating spell. During their charms, practical Professor Flitwick had them come into the room one by one and was asked to try and make a pineapple tap dance across the desk. Professor McGonagall watched them turn a mouse into a snuffbox. Points were given for how pretty the snuffbox was, but taken away if it had whiskers. Snape made almost all of them nervous as breathed down their necks as they tried to remember how to make a forgetfulness potion. Their very last exam was in history of magic. A whole hour of answering questions about batty old wizards that had invented self-stirring cauldrons, and they would be free. Free for one wonderful week until they found out how well, or bad, they had done. On the afternoon that they finished their final exam, Harry and his gang of friends got together by the lake. So looking forward to your summer, Harry? Neville asked. No, Harry answered, but I might be getting some company to share my wonderful months with the Dursleys. Who? Neville asked. I don't know, but I have a feeling that I'm going to have company, Harry answered. Well, at least you'll have someone to talk to, Hermione pointed out. I guess so, Harry said. So what are you doing this summer, Hermione? Working on my summer work and spending time with friends that I haven't seen all year, Hermione answered. Well, I'm spending time with my parents, Lavender Brown said. They want to take me to France. Wow, that sounds exciting, Hermione commented. Lavender looked excited. It is, I've been wanting to go for a couple of years, Lavender told her, but I'll write during this summer. That would be great, Harry said. I need something to read. And I'll get you something for your birthday, if you want, Lavender added. Harry smiled at her and then turned his attention to Terry Boot and the others. I'll write as well, Harry, Hannah Abbott said, and include a birthday present. Me too, Justine Finch Fletchley said. Count me in, Susan Bones agreed. Thanks, Harry said, glad to have something to look forward to. So do you guys want to see something? Crystal asked them. Harry had no idea what she had but was shocked when she pulled out a small bottle of the elixir of life. I thought that Snape got it all, Harry hissed. Crystal grinned at him. What is it? Hermione asked. It's the elixir of life, Crystal answered. It's supposed to make the drinker immortal. Did you get this from the stone? Hermione asked. Yes, don't worry, it's safe to drink, Crystal said. This is the thing that will keep us from dying if Voldemort returns. Who says that you know who is coming back? Hannah Abbott said. I mean, Harry defeated him. True, but he must have done things to keep from dying, Neville said. I mean, a lot of people said that he was after immortality and he was after the stone, Hermione finished. Most of them stared at her. We went after the stone and only Harry was able to get it, Hermione told them and then turned to Crystal. Is the potion safe? We both took it and I'm sure that Professor Snape did, Crystal said. I'll take it, Neville said. Crystal handed him the bottle and he took a drink and then handed it back to Crystal. So, how do you feel? The same, Neville answered. I'm next, Hannah said, and Crystal handed the bottle to her. After she drank it, Crystal handed it to each in turn until Hermione drained the bottle and handed it back to Crystal, who pocketed it. Let's make a vow that we'll all work together to defeat Voldemort if he ever does return, agreed, Harry said to the others. Okay. The rest agreed. 111 Unvigentillion 111 Vigentillion 111 Novemdecillion 111 Octodecillion 111 Septendecillion 111 Sexdecillion 111 Quindecillion 111 Quatuordecillion 111 Tridecillion 111 Duodecillion 111 Undecillion 111 Decillion 111 Nonillion 111 Octillion 111 Septillion 111 Sextillion 111 Quintillion 111 Quadrillion 111 trillion 111 billion 111 million 111,111. So looking forward to the summer, Severus? Dumbledore asked. Albus, you know that I always look forward to the summer, Snape clarified. No dunderheads that I have to even look at. Dumbledore smiled at him. So are you still worried about Harry? Dumbledore asked. Not as much as I was, but I'm still worried, Snape told Dumbledore, and McGonagall doesn't believe that he should return to the Dursleys. I've heard her opinion and the point is to keep Harry safe from when Voldemort returns, Dumbledore said. Minerva knows that more than anyone. He saw that Snape didn't look happy. 1 Duovigentillion 111 Unvigentillion 111 Vigentillion 111 Novemdecillion 111 Octodecillion 111 Septendecillion 111 Sexdecillion 111 Quindecillion 111 Quatuordecillion 111 Tridecillion 111 Duodecillion 111 Undecillion 111 Decillion 111 Nonillion 111 Octillion 111 Septillion 111 Sextillion 111 Quintillion 111 quadrillion 111 trillion 111 billion 111 million 111,111. The end of term feast started and Harry, Crystal, and the rest were excited that Slytherin had won the House Cup. Harry looked over at Snape and saw him give him at least a half-human real smile and he hoped that whatever Snape had planned worked out. He looked over at Crystal who was busy eating and gave her a smile, which was returned. A few days later the exam results came back and Harry was surprised that he made more than decent marks. See, I told you all that hard work is worth it, Hermione said. I know, and thanks for all the help that you've given me, Harry told her. Hermione laughed. You did most or more than most of the work, Hermione told Harry. Harry knew that Hermione was right. Soon it was time to pack their bags and take the train home. Trevor, Neville's toad, was found lurking in one of the toilets. Notices were handed out, warning students against using magic during the summer holiday. I always hope they forget to give us these, Fred said. They took the boats back to the station and then boarded the train. Harry, Hermione, Crystal, and the others crammed into a compartment and ate the chocolate frogs that Harry bought for them. Soon they changed out of robes and into jackets and then got off the train when it pulled into the station. Everyone got out and put their trunks onto trolleys and then headed for the barrier. When Harry saw the Dursleys waiting on him, he knew that his summer wasn't going to be good. Uncle Vernon loaded his trunk into the back and then forced him in. He turned back at his friends and waved at them as he was driven away. Snape was waiting on the Dursleys when they pulled in. He watched them as Harry got out and his uncle forced him inside while he took out his trunk and banged it against almost everything. He hated the idea that Harry's uncle was treating him like crap. When Vernon closed the door, Snape approached the house, aware of the wards and knowing that they wouldn't keep him out because he wasn't intending on attacking Harry. He knocked on the door but no one answered. Snape leaned against the door and heard Vernon yelling at Harry. You're going to keep this trunk where you won't be able to get it, he heard Vernon yelling. But I have homework, Harry protested. Well, I don't care, he heard Uncle Vernon telling Harry. Snape took out his wand and muttered, Alohomora. The door clicked open and Snape walked in. The moment that he did, he saw the surprised look on Harry's uncle's face and he gave him a cold smile. He closed the door, his wand pointed at Harry's uncle. Step away from Harry or I'll make sure that you can't get your wife pregnant anymore, Snape threatened. Uncle Vernon moved away. Good. Now Harry, take your things up to whatever room that they've given you as a bedroom, Snape told him. Now I'm staying here for the summer and you're going to treat Harry like a normal human being. He's going to be allowed to do his homework and then next month he's leaving to spend time with his friends. In fact, I'm going to allow some of them to come and there's nothing that you can do about it. Uncle Vernon looked horrified but Snape was pleased. This would be a very good summer for him. Harry was surprised at how things changed from the moment Snape made himself at home. Harry didn't have to make breakfast, but he was expected to start doing his homework as soon as breakfast was over. His cousin stayed as far away from Harry as possible, which didn't bother Harry at all. Of course, all of these new changes upset his aunt and uncle, but Harry knew that they didn't dare do anything while Snape was around. However, something strange happened a week after Harry arrived back to the Dursleys. The owls that his friends promised didn't come. Each night Harry waited for some word that Neville, Hannah, or even Justin would send him. Some letter failed to appear. He decided to ask Snape what was going on. "I don't know, Harry, but I will find out," Snape said. He grabbed his cloak, but before he left he went down to have a little word with the Dursleys. "You will not lay one finger on Harry or I'll turn you into something that you didn't think was possible," Snape threatened. And he was gone. Uncle Vernon didn't have time to even think when there was a knock on the door. Harry ran to get it and was surprised to see Hannah Abbott standing there, dressed in Muggle clothes. She gave Harry a grin, and at once Harry allowed her in since she was with her mother. "Hi, Harry," Mrs. Abbott said. "Hannah wanted to visit you and I told her that she could. Of course she had to bring her other friends with her." Harry wondered what friends she was talking about until Harry saw Hermione and Justin. "Well, I'll leave you young people alone to have some fun," Mrs. Abbott said. "Thanks, Mrs. Abbott," Harry said, and soon his three friends were inside the Dursley house. Harry didn't know what was more funny, having Hermione, Justin, and Hannah there, or the look on Aunt Petunia. Uncle Vernon had already left for work, face at the thought of witches and wizards in the house. Hermione told Harry about the letters that she had sent him and wondered why he hadn't gotten them. "I don't know, Hermione," Harry said. "I thought that you had forgotten about me." Hermione laughed. "You're my friend, I wouldn't forget about you," Hermione told him. "None of your friends would." Both Hannah and Justin both nodded in agreement. "So why are you here, Hermione?" Harry asked her. "Well, my parents went to a dentist convention and left me alone," Hermione explained. "Hannah wrote to me, telling me that she intended on visiting you and asked me if I wanted to come. I told her to come and pick me up, and that's when I noticed that Justin was with her. And my dad is working overtime as a milkman," Justin added. "There's a new subdivision that was built, and so there are tons of new customers keeping him busy." Harry looked up, slightly, and saw Aunt Petunia listening in. Harry knew that she was surprised that they talked normal talk. "What about you, Hannah?" "My mom is working hard at that department store that she just started at," Hannah said, shuddering. "She gave me all these samples and I don't even know what to do with half of them." Hermione laughed. "I think that you're a little too young for anti-aging creams and stuff like that," Hermione pointed out. "I know. Would your aunt like to have them?" Hannah asked. "I guess so," Harry said, not sure if Aunt Petunia would allow stuff that a freak had touched. "I'll go outside and grab them," Hannah said, and then left. She wasn't gone long. A few seconds later she returned with 4 bags filled with things that Harry was sure that his aunt would like. Hannah walked into the kitchen where his aunt was busy reading and put them on the table. "They're from one of those fancy department stores," Hannah told her. "You can have them because I'm too young to worry about things like aging." And Harry watched as Hannah hurried out. "So how long are you going to be here?" Harry asked. "Oh, Mum is picking us up at 5, Hannah answered. "They have to stay because I'm the only transportation that they've got." "Don't remind us." Justin Mo ** Ned. "So, Harry, did you get your homework done?" Hermione asked. "Almost," Harry answered. "Well, I'm sure that our dear Hermione Granger has hers done already," Hannah joked. "Yes, I do," Hermione said, looking pleased and proud with herself. They all groaned at her. For the rest of the day Aunt Petunia was halfway nice to them. Harry figured that the fact that they didn't even mention the word in her house and the fact that none of them looked nervous around Muggle things had helped. Hermione left for an hour to do some things, and while they waited for her to return, Hannah decided to bring out a chessboard. Harry was relieved that it was Muggle chess and not wizard chess. Harry picked being the white piece, and he lost 20 minutes later to Hannah, who did a gig to show that she loved his burning defeat. "This is way too embarrassing," Harry Mo * Ned as he lost for the 3rd time. Hermione came back after his 10th defeat, and she was loaded with bags that had all sorts of different things. She laughed when she saw Harry groaning and Hannah doing another gig. "Can I use your kitchen?" Hermione asked. "Asked Aunt Petunia," Harry warned. "I will," Hermione promised and went inside. Both Hannah and Harry waited for something, but then the sound of chopping was heard. "I guess she got permission," Hannah said. "Who would have believed it?" Harry said. "Want another game?" Hannah asked. "No, but if you have another game that won't require me to lose so badly, then I'll play," Harry told her. "I have just the game," Hannah said, and she pulled out another board game. It was longer than the box that she had brought, and Harry suspected that the box was magical. "Monopoly," Hannah announced. "Never played," Harry told her. "Then you'll play with me now," Hannah said, "and Justin can play as well." "Count me in," Justin said, and she set the board up. Aunt Petunia couldn't believe how normal Hermione was. She had half expected Harry to have the same kind of friends that his blasted father had, but he had friends that could pass as normal, even around her husband. As Hermione worked, she wondered what Hermione was making. She figured that she would find out soon enough. She got up and went into the living room where they were playing a game of Monopoly. "I can't believe you landed on my property," she heard the girl that Harry had said was Hannah Abbott. "And how much do I owe you?" The boy. £20, Hannah answered, and the boy handed her a £20 note. "So any idea as to why Potter didn't get his letters?" Snape asked Dumbledore. "I don't know," Dumbledore answered. "And how do you know that he hasn't gotten his letters?" "Time for a quick lie. I sent him a notice, telling him that he will need an extra ingredient for next term, and he hasn't replied back." Dumbledore took the lie at face value. "I'm sure that we'll find out soon enough," Dumbledore said. "I hope so, Headmaster," Snape said, and then left. When he appeared back on Privet Drive, he hurried back to the Dursleys' house. He hoped that they had done exactly what he wanted them to and not harmed Harry. When he knocked on the door, he was surprised that Justin answered it. "Hello, Professor Snape," Justin said. "Let him in," Harry called out, and Justin moved aside to let him pass. Snape was surprised that Harry's friends had visited him. They were playing a board game, and it looked as though Justin was winning. He took off his cloak and then went up to the room that he had seized for his uses. When he came back down, he saw that Justin had lost some of the money that he had. "Having fun, Potter?" Snape asked. "Yes, sir," Harry answered. Snape nodded and then went into the kitchen. He was surprised to see Hermione Granger cooking. Not that cooking was something that he was sure that Granger knew how to do, but it was still surprising. He looked over at Harry's aunt and saw that she was giving him a heated look. When he gave her the same look, she turned away. "What sort of meal are you making?" Snape asked. "Lasagna," Hermione answered. "My mom went to Italy years ago and got the recipe from a chef." "Well, I'm sure that you could have found something more to do with your time," Snape told her. "True, but I've done all my work and so I have nothing else to do," Hermione told him, and then returned to her work. Mrs. Abbott came by and picked Hermione and the rest up. Hermione promised that she would find a way to write before leaving. Once the car was gone, Harry's aunt started on him. "You will have the rest of that dish saved for Vernon," she told Harry. "Is that clear?" "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry said. He had eaten his share of the food and now his aunt was demanding that he work it off. Harry had no choice but to do it while Petunia looked over what Hannah had given her. It was nice to have someone give her something, but she wasn't going to take any chances. When Uncle Vernon showed back up, Dudley in tow, he demanded that Harry do some work. "For the chores that you didn't do this morning," he said. "Yes, Uncle," Harry said. However, an hour later Severus returned, and he didn't like the idea that Harry was doing chores like these, which included cleaning the dishes that he hadn't dirtied. "I told you that Harry isn't going to do insane chores," Severus told them, "unless you've forgotten." "We haven't forgotten, you freak," Dudley said. That turned out to be the worst thing that Dudley could ever have said. Severus took out his wand and Harry saw what a full human-to-pig transformation looked like. Dudley snorted around while both his parents looked horrified. "Clean your own dishes," Severus snarled. "I have to talk with Harry." And he left them alone. "Do you think that was a good idea, sir?" Harry asked him as they walked upstairs. "Would you have liked them to tell you what to do?" he asked. "No," Harry answered. "Good, then we have nothing else to talk about," Severus said. In the guest room they started talking once more, this time about how Harry felt when he saw Voldemort again. Harry didn't really want to talk about this, but he knew that Severus wanted to hear it from him. "He looked horrible," Harry said, "and he scared me." "Good," Then you're a normal wizard, Severus said. Writing this down, the Dark Lord scares everyone, including his own followers. Harry looked at him. And how do you know about that? Harry asked. Severus gave him a cold look and Harry looked away. Sorry that I asked, he added. You're forgiven, but don't let that happen again, he warned. Now how come you have the gift of talking to dragons? Harry didn't know how to answer that and he feared that Severus would yell at him. He figured that he would give him the kind of answer that fitted how he felt. I don't know, Harry answered. I mean, I can just do it. And do you feel the need to use this gift against anyone? Severus asked him. No, sir, Harry answered. Good, you might not end up like the Dark Lord, Severus told him. Thanks, I think, Harry said. Harry managed to finish all his homework and have a halfway decent summer so far. The only thing that Harry wanted to do was get away from the Dursleys for the rest of the summer. To his delight, a letter arrived by Muggle post a week before his birthday. Dear Harry, I was wondering if your uncle would allow you to come to my house for the rest of the summer. We're having loads of fun and I would really like for you to come and join us. Someone will come by and pick you up if you respond within the week. Sincerely, Crystal. Harry sighed. He really wanted to spend the rest of his summer over at Crystal's house, but he wondered if his uncle would allow him to even go. He waited until his uncle had gotten back from work before he approached him. And your FR, he started but stopped at the look on Snape's face. Your friend wants you to spend the summer at her house? Yes, Harry answered. Fine, as long as you don't return for your Christmas break, he snarled, knowing that Harry would rather stay at Hogwarts than be with them. Sounds like a good idea to me, Snape said. Harry wrote back a few moments later and Snape promised that he would make sure that it was delivered. The next week a knock on the door and a horse trailer told Harry that someone was waiting on him. He didn't know how he knew, but he knew. When he opened the door he saw a man that was wearing very frayed clothes. He gave Harry a smile but frowned when Snape joined him. Hello, Severus, the man said. Hello, Lupin, Snape sneered. What are you doing here? I'm here to take Harry to Crystal's house, Lupin told him. I'm Remus Lupin, I was a friend of your parents. Harry got excited about this. Potter, get your things while I have a talk with Lupin, Snape ordered. Yes sir, and please don't beat him up, Harry warned. Snape scowled at him but nodded. I thought that your kind couldn't get work, Snape teased. Well, Crystal's mother offered me a job and I took it, Lupin said. So why are you here with Harry? I'm his head of house and I'm also giving him therapy sessions, Snape explained, causing Lupin's eyes to widen. These muggles have been abusing him and I might hate his father, but no one deserves what these muggles have done to him. I'll kill them, Lupin snarled. Snape held up his hands and shook his head. You won't be helping Potter by attacking them, Snape told him, unless you wish to face the Ministry of Magic. This sort of got Lupin to calm down. Fine, I won't kill them, yet, he said. But I'm worried about Harry. On another subject, how did the Sorting Hat place him in Slytherin? Probably because he was abused and he wants to prove himself to everyone, Snape answered. But don't worry about Potter too much, he helped to stop the Dark Lord from getting the stone. The stone, Lupin said, confused. I'll tell you later, Snape said as Harry appeared. Snape helped with Harry's trunk and owl and they all climbed in. Snape was surprised that Lupin knew how to drive a truck, but he figured that Crystal's mother had given him lessons. He had thought a lot about Crystal's mother since Harry started a friendship with her daughter. Crystal's mother had been the typical Slytherin, believing that she was better than the other houses because she was in Slytherin and was a pureblood. Of course that had all changed when Crystal's grandfather had died in one of Voldemort's attacks. He didn't know a lot about what happened, but that had changed Crystal's mother's view of Voldemort. She didn't want to be a part of a group that tortures even his supporters. She left Hogwarts and had married a muggle. He figured that Crystal didn't believe the way the others believed because of what her father did for a living, solving some very horrible crimes. The mother was considered one of the Grey families, and he knew that if Voldemort should ever return to power that these Grey families would be targeted by Voldemort. So did you have a wonderful summer so far? Snape heard Lupin asked Harry. It was a lot better than last summer, Harry answered. And how do you like Hogwarts and your house? I like it, a lot, Harry answered. Slytherin is a good house except for some students like Malfoy. He thinks that he's better than everyone else. Well, Malfoy thinks that he's better than me, Snape added. He saw Harry look at him. Why? Because I don't have a ton of money to bribe people, Snape answered. Of course we all know the Dark Lord is on the top list of people that I really hate. You've come a long way, Severus, Lupin said. I consider myself lucky that I've lived to learn my lessons, Snape told Lupin. It's a good idea to know about the dark arts and how to use them in order to defend against them. But I don't believe in using them. I agree on the knowing the dark arts part, but I don't believe in using them, Lupin pointed out. Snape gave him a small grin. That's why I'm able to fool the Dark Lord and not you, Snape told him coldly. Soon silence fell on the whole group. When the truck came to a stop several hours later, Harry was glad to get out, and he figured so was Snape. When he stretched his legs, he was finally able to look at where he was. Harry gaped when he saw how big this place was. It was easily larger than any farm that he had seen at school or even when he went on a school trip. Men were riding horses and ponies, and some of them were even training them. There were several smaller cabin-like dwellings and then a large and grand main house. On the far side of the property was a large field that had corn and wheat, and then another part that Harry could barely see, like it was covered with a powerful spell. Potter, let's get going, Snape said. Harry was pulled out of his thoughts and followed his potions master. Harry noticed that he was taking them to the main house, and when he knocked on the door it opened. A woman stood there, and she looked like Crystal was about to have a sibling. Severus, I see that you finally decided to come, she said, and then looked at Harry. And who's this? Harry Potter, Severus said, though Harry could tell that he didn't exactly like telling her this. Well, do come in, the both of you, the woman told them. I'm not having you both faint on me. She pushed the screen door open and they both walked in. Harry was surprised at how big the kitchen was, a lot bigger than the kitchen at the Dursleys. A smell was coming from a large pot on the stove, and a pair of knives was busy chopping up potatoes and other things and then adding them to the pot. So what brings you here, Severus? The woman asked. I came to drop Potter off, Severus told her. I trust that you won't poison him while he's here. The woman laughed. Now, I might have been in Slytherin when I was a girl, but I'm not about to poison the hero that the wizarding world looks up to. So don't worry about that, the woman told him. I'm Maria Walker, Mr. Potter. She gave Harry a smile and then returned to her cooking. Well, I'll see you when term starts, Potter, and stay out of trouble. I promise, Harry said, and he left. Mrs. Walker turned to him. So you're my little girl's new friend, she started. Well, I'm pleased to meet you. The same here, Harry said. So how did my daughter behave? Mrs. Walker asked. She didn't try and soil our name by associating with the Malfoys, did she? No, Harry said, wondering why she had asked that. Good, I hate the Malfoys, Mrs. Walker said, and they don't exactly care for me, especially Lucius. Lucius, Harry said. Draco Malfoy's father, Mrs. Walker clarified. I've hated the Malfoys ever since Draco's father tried to force himself on me. That turned me against most purebloods, especially you-know-who, and I figured that if Andromeda could marry a Muggle-born, then why couldn't I? Of course I married a Muggle, so that really made me hated by the Malfoys. Harry felt sorry for her. So that's why Crystal doesn't act like all the rest of the house, Harry surmised. Yes, I raised her to have very anti-Voldemort feelings, and I'm glad that she helped to keep him from getting whatever he was after. I mean, who would go along with him when he does the same thing that Lucius almost did to me and also kill people? Of course Crystal is very cunning and likes to do things on her own. She doesn't trust a lot of people, and I think that she got that from me. This farm, which my father owned, I removed a lot of the charms on it so that Muggles could see it and they could come on the property. Of course I'm really lucky that Remus decided to work for me. He was the only Gryffindor that really cared about what happened to me. He was the one that caught Lucius trying to force himself on me and hit him with a really bad hex. I'm not going to tell you what it did because you're too young. I understand, Harry said. So is your husband home? No, he had to work, Mrs. Walker answered. But Crystal is due to come home this afternoon, and I know that she'll be delighted that you managed to make it. Thanks, and thanks for inviting me, Harry said. I don't know what I would do if I had to stay the entire summer with the Dursleys. I had a feeling that you felt that way, Mrs. Walker said. Now I'm going to explain the rules about you being here. I want you to help the hands with their work. They'll show you how it's done, but I also want you to have some fun. There is a pony trail that you can take once you learn how to ride, and Crystal would be very happy to teach you how to ride. Now there's a part of the property that you can't go to unless you have my permission, she went on. I want to make sure that you know that unless I grant you that permission that you won't be able to access it. I understand, ma'am, Harry said. Good, I'm glad that you do, Mrs. Walker said. Harry hung around for an hour and then Crystal showed up. She looked like she had been flying and she gave Harry a hug when she saw him. Her mother gave her a look and that's when both her and Harry saw that her shoes were muddy. Did you go into that area? She asked. Crystal went pink. Yes, but I promise that I used that shoes that you enchanted to keep from getting mud in the house, Crystal told her mother. And have you done all your homework? Mrs. Walker asked. Yes, Mum, Crystal answered just as Remus finally showed up with Harry's trunk and owl. So where should I put it? Remus asked. Up in the guest room, Mrs. Walker answered. Just pick one, we don't get a lot of guests these days. Remus nodded and then disappeared with Harry's things. So how has your summer been so far? Crystal asked. Boring, Harry answered, but your mum said that I could help around the grounds and even learn to ride a pony. And you will teach him how to ride, Crystal, Mrs. Walker ordered. Yes, Mum, Crystal said, though she didn't look as though she was going to hate it. Come on, I'll show you to your room and maybe you'll get to meet Dad. The room that Remus had picked for Harry to sleep in was huge and Harry felt a little spoiled. On the shelf was several books on the dark arts and Harry found himself reading them. He knew that Snape would get mad that he was even reading these, but Snape wasn't around and what Snape didn't know wouldn't hurt him. Mrs. Walker was glad that Harry had arrived in one piece, but she worried that maybe it had been the wrong time to invite him. Lucius was coming around a lot and he usually waited until her husband was gone before he popped in. Mrs. Walker knew that the next time that he did she might not survive the encounter. Oh gods, please protect me from him, she begged. Of course the gods didn't hear her because Lucius appeared next to her and rammed her against the wall. I see that your filthy muggle husband is gone for the day, he hissed. Mrs. Walker felt tears welling up. Get away from me, she cried out. Lucius grinned at her and she felt her heart dropping. He was going to beep her, she just knew it. Why don't we close the door and let me have my fun, Lucius said. It wouldn't be any fun if some muggle came in. I might have to kill him. Mrs. Walker watched as he closed the door and then warded it. That should. He stopped as he saw Mrs. Walker running up the stairs. He hissed in rage and then followed her. Harry heard someone running up the stairs and knew that something just wasn't right. He found his wand and opened the door. Mrs. Walker was running past him and before he could say anything she was gone. A few moments later someone else appeared and Harry knew that this person was the one that Mrs. Walker was running away from. He came into the hall and confronted the person. The man was the spitting image of Draco and he sneered at Harry and then at the wand. Can't do magic out of school, boy? He hissed, now get out of my way. No, I'm not having you hurt her, Harry said. The man took his wand out and sent a spell at Harry. Harry ducked and shot one of his own, a spell that he had learned from one of the books that Snape had given him. It was the dark arts but Harry didn't care. This man was trying to hurt someone that had invited him into her home and he wasn't going to let her down. The man screamed in pain and then disappeared. He's gone, Harry called out. Mrs. Walker appeared and gave him a grave look. Oh Harry, you're in a lot of trouble, Mrs. Walker told him. Harry looked at her oddly. Why? He asked. You just cast an unforgivable, she told him, and that's a life sentence in Azkaban. Now Harry was really confused. He had just saved her life and she was talking about some place that Harry had never heard of before. What's Azkaban? Harry asked. The wizard prison, Mrs. Walker answered, and they put people in there that cast those spells. Well, I don't care, he was going to hurt you and I would do it all over again, Harry told her. Mrs. Walker smiled at him. I know you would, she said. Dumbledore got a notice, telling him that Harry had cast the Cruciatus curse and that unless he wished Harry to be sent to Azkaban that he needed to find out how a nearly 12-year-old boy would even know how to cast such a curse. Dumbledore knew that he should tell Severus but decided against it. He was going to find out on his own and then figure out what to do next. When Dumbledore arrived at the Walker's house he was dressed in Muggle clothes since most of the hands were Muggles and he knew would find his dress very odd. He knocked on the door and a tall man stood there. Yes, he said. Hello, I'm here to see Harry, Dumbledore told him. The man stood aside and let Dumbledore enter. Several Aurors had their wands trained on Harry but quickly left the room when Dumbledore made an appearance. He knew that they trusted that Dumbledore would get the full story out of Harry so that they could lock him away in Azkaban. Of course, Dumbledore knew how important Harry was in defeating Voldemort when he finally did return. "Can I sit here, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded but said nothing. "Albus, he did it to protect me," Mrs. Walker told him. Dumbledore looked at Maria and then at Harry. "What happened, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. "Well, I was doing some reading and I heard this scream. I grabbed my wand, not sure if I was even going to use it, and I saw Mrs. Walker running past my room. And then this blonde hair wizard appeared and he tried to hex me, so I sent the first spell that came to mind. Which happened to be an unforgivable," Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. "What's that?" he asked. "The unforgivable is a term used for 3 curses that are so bad that they will land you a life sentence in Azkaban," Dumbledore explained. "How did you know how to even cast one?" "I saw a older Slytherin's book," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him and then at Maria. "So you didn't know that the spell that you cast is an unforgivable?" Dumbledore prodded. Harry shook his head. "I'll let the Aurors know that you didn't know that this spell was an unforgivable," Dumbledore told him, "but I must warn you that you must never cast this spell again." "Yes, sir," Harry said. Dumbledore ruffled his hair and then left. Harry got a letter the next day, telling him that he had been cleared due to the fact that he didn't know that the spell was illegal. This made Harry grin. At least Dumbledore hadn't attempted to find the book that he had learned the spell from and had believed that Harry had been totally innocent. Of course, this shocked Crystal, who partly was relieved that Harry had used that spell to save her mother and partly shocked that he had actually gotten away with it. "I thought you would have been sent to Azkaban," Crystal told him. "Me too, but I'm glad that I wasn't," Harry said. "Of course I don't trust Dumbledore and some of the things that he does." "Why?" Crystal asked. "Because I've got a feeling that he's trying to fashion me into the perfect weapon to kill Voldemort, if he comes back, and I won't be anyone's weapon." "So what are you going to do?" Crystal asked. "I'm going to read everything, and by the time I'm ready to face him I will know all his tricks," Harry vowed. "I might come up with some tricks of my own." "Let's hope they're not too dark," Crystal said. "That stuff will poison your mind." Harry laughed at her warning. "There happens to be a spell that will wash all traces of dark magic from me," Harry said. "From now on Dumbledore will never find out what I'm up to. I won't have him ruling over my life." "And how are you going to do that when there's a trace on you?" Crystal asked. Harry opened the book and flipped through the pages. He stopped and turned it over, showing her the spell. "This spell will rid me of the trace and the Ministry won't even know," Harry told her. "I can do all my Voldemort training in the Ministry and Dumbledore will never find out." "Let's hope Mum doesn't find out," Crystal pointed out. "Oh, she won't," Harry said. Now that Harry was no longer in trouble with the Ministry, Crystal could start him with his training. Both of them got up at 5 and helped the hands with things like feeding the horses and ponies, making sure that old straw was changed with new, and making sure that they had fresh water. It was hard work, but Harry was able to take breaks after they were done with each separate chore. When lunch came around, everyone gathered to have whatever Mrs. Walker had made, which was always delicious. Mrs. Walker watched over Harry, making sure that he was full before setting out to finish up whatever hadn't been done. Remus worked as hard as anyone, but Harry noticed that one day he wasn't there. He asked Mrs. Walker about it since he was always working. "I had him do something last night and that took all night," Mrs. Walker said. "Will he be back tomorrow?" Harry asked. "I don't know," Mrs. Walker answered. Harry got the impression that she was hiding something from him but decided not to get personally involved. He didn't want to give her a bad impression of him by snooping in adult business. Of course, he told Crystal what he thought and she agreed with him. "Do you want to find out?" she asked. "Not yet," Harry answered. "Not until we're sure that it isn't anything really bad." Remus returned a few days later, looking worn out, but jumping in to help. Finally, on his birthday, he got a present from Crystal, which defiantly made all his other birthdays pale in comparison. It had all started when Harry came out to start his morning chores and found Crystal forcing him to follow her. "What's wrong with you?" Harry asked. "Nothing, I just want to show you something," Crystal said. She led him around a corner and that's when he saw a newborn pony with a blue ribbon around its neck. Crystal grinned at his shocked expression, and when she told him the pony was his, he was really shocked. Almost all the hands have their own pony, and you've been such a great help that Mum decided that you should have one as well, Crystal explained. So do you like her? Yes, Harry answered. So what are you going to name her? Crystal asked. Harry thought for a moment and then it came to him. I'll name her Lily, after my mum, Harry told her. Crystal gave him a huge smile and then wrote something down on a piece of paper. Lily, it is, she said. Now let's leave Lily alone with her mum and we'll start on those chores. That night everyone gathered around to celebrate Harry's birthday. None of the hands were present, but Crystal's father got him a sweater. Crystal's mother got him a pouch. Harry didn't know exactly what it was used for, but she told him that Crystal would explain, and of course Crystal got him a new pair of shoes since the ones that the Dursleys had given him at a second-hand shop was falling apart. Thanks, Harry said. No problem, Crystal said. When the cake was over, Crystal told him exactly what the pouch was for. The pouch is connected to the Hogwarts kitchens. All you have to do is tell the pouch what you want and the elves will send your order and you'll pull the food out, Crystal explained. That should make sure that the Dursleys don't keep you from eating properly. Harry was amazed when she told him. Tell your mum that she's the best, Harry commented, a spark of jealousy forming. Crystal was a lot better than he was. He might have loads of money, but Crystal had a family that loved her and didn't treat her like she was some kind of monster. Harry was determined to have that kind of family one day. When the gang got back, Harry took his things up this room and started the process of putting his new books in his trunk. Hedwig was busy sleeping and didn't even open her eyes when he closed his trunk. Harry then pulled the vial of potion out and read the instructions. Drink the full vial, he muttered, and then uncorked it and drank it. Instantly he felt the effects of the potion and knew that his trace had been removed. Over the remainder of Harry's holiday, Hermione wrote to him, and Harry even saw Snape helping out. Lily, Harry's pony, was now able to be trained, and soon she was riding him, and Harry found a day of riding to be very relaxing. One day Harry was riding when Lily reared up. Harry wasn't expecting Lily to rear up and he fell off the pony. He dusted himself off and went to look for the cause of Lily's behavior. He soon found that she had been frightened by a snake. It opened its mouth and words entered Harry's head. Watch where you're going, human, it said. I wasn't bothering you, Harry said. Anyway, I thought that snakes couldn't speak English. I'm not speaking English, I'm speaking snake, the snake said. You're speaking snake as well. Harry stared at it. Was he really speaking snake? That's impossible, Harry said. Well, it's possible since we're both talking to each other, the snake said. The name is Bella. Harry almost laughed. A snake had a name. I didn't know that snakes have names, Harry said. Humans have names, don't they? Bella asked. Yes, but that's because our parents give us those names, Harry told her. Same here as well, Bella answered. So what's your name, human that can talk to us? Harry Potter, Harry said. Nice to meet you, Harry Potter, Bella said. Now I'm going. Keep that thing away from me. And Bella disappeared. Harry rode back, really shaken. He had this gift of being able to talk to snakes. Well, this would make him popular with the Slytherins. He could use this gift to keep Malfoy from targeting him. He might even be able to use the gift to terrorize Dudley or even Ron. Harry smiled wickedly. Now that was something to look forward to. Okay, so what are you smiling about? Crystal asked when he returned from his ride. Oh, nothing. I just found out that I can talk to snakes, Harry said. Crystal stared at him and then smiled. Wicked, she said. Most people think that's the mark of a dark wizard, but I think talking to snakes is cool. Thanks, Harry said. So when did you find out that you could? Crystal asked him. He took a deep breath and Crystal listened as he told her all about the snake that caused Lily to rear up and how they had a conversation. She laughed when he mentioned what the snake was called. Bella, wish I had been there, she commented. However, you can't let your other friends know about this. Why not? Harry asked. Because they would turn their back on you, Mrs. Walker said, walking in. Harry and Crystal turned to her. A lot of people don't understand that a gift is good or bad if you make it good or bad, Mrs. Walker explained. As long as you don't go around attacking people, then no one will care that you have this gift. Crystal saw that Harry was getting annoyed. Well, I will use this gift anyway, I like he stated, and if no one understands then that's their problem. A few days before Harry was due to return to Hogwarts, Snape came to visit. Harry wondered what the man wanted and he hoped that it didn't include him as he was sure that he hadn't done anything wrong. Crystal was just as interested in hearing what Snape was here for as well. "I don't care," Mrs. Walker said, "I'm not leaving and that's final." "But Lucius could be back," Snape said, "it's better that." "No, I won't," she cut in, "and that's final." Snape swore and then left. "Wonder what that's all about," Crystal mouthed. "No idea," Harry mouthed back. The next day Harry and Crystal kept what they had overheard to themselves. Harry didn't want Crystal to get yelled at for overhearing what adults were talking about and he was sure that he would have been included in the yelling. He did all his chores, which he really liked by now, and fed Lily. However, that night, he got a visit from a creature that he had never seen before. The creature had huge bat-like ears, large eyes, and wore a very dirty pillowcase. The creature introduced himself as Dobby. "What exactly are you?" Harry asked. "I'm a house elf, sir," Dobby said, "and I've come here to warn you." "Warn me? Warn me about what?" Harry asked, just as Crystal walked in. Dobby leapt in surprise but Harry held him down. "That's a house elf," Crystal stated. "He says his name is Dobby and that he has come to warn me." Harry told her, "Don't worry about her, Dobby, she's my friend." Dobby's surprise turned to respect. "Oh, you must be a good witch to be friends with Harry Potter," he said. Crystal went a little pink. "So what have you come to warn me about?" Harry asked again. "Harry Potter, you mustn't return to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year," Dobby warned. "What?" both Harry and Crystal said at the same time. "Why? There's a plot to make most horrible things happen this year," Dobby told them. "That's why you must not return." "Horrible things? What kind of horrible things?" Harry asked. "I can't tell you," Dobby told him, "but please don't return this year." "Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm returning," Harry said. "I'm not staying here while my friends are unaware." Dobby shivered but Harry knew that he had made the right call. "Harry Potter, if you knew what kind of dangers." "I would still go back," Harry said, "if this has something to do with Voldemort." "Don't say the name, please, not the name," Dobby pleaded. Harry went a little red. He had no problem saying the name. Why did everyone shake when he even mentioned Voldemort's name? "Sorry, you know who," Harry said sarcastically. "Does it have something to do with him?" Crystal asked. Dobby put his hands over his mouth and then reached for something. Harry stopped him before he could reach for it. "Okay, I'm getting that you can't tell us," Crystal said, "but does this have something to do with him?" Dobby shook his head. "Is someone that's out there, working for him, that's going to cause these strange things to happen?" Dobby nodded. "Well, it's one of his supporters," Crystal said, turning to Harry. "Well, I'm not going to be too worried about that." "You." Dobby stopped at the sound of footsteps. He then gave an almighty crack and was gone. "That was nice, Crystal," Harry said. "Thanks," Crystal said, grinning, "but I just sort of figured that if anyone wanted horrible things to happen it would have to be one of Voldemort's supporters." "Let's just hope that Dobby was just pulling our chains about this," Harry said. "Me too," Crystal said. On September 1st Mrs. Walker loaded the van up with their trunks, but before they left Harry told Lily that he would see her next summer. Lily looked like she didn't want him to go but he had to leave. Climbing into the van they set for King's Cross station. They arrived with 20 minutes to spare and Mrs. Walker helped Crystal's brother onto the platform. However, when Harry and Crystal attempted to get onto the platform their trunks bounced, like they had no magic. "What's going on here?" Harry asked after explaining away their crash with the guard. "I don't know," Crystal said. Harry tried for the next 15 minutes but nothing happened. Finally Harry sent an owl to Professor Snape, explaining that the platform had sealed itself and that they needed a lift to Hogwarts. 4 hours later Snape appeared, looking upset at having to leave. He magicked their trunks and things and all three of them disappeared. When they appeared they all dusted themselves off. "Go to your common room and wait for the rest of the school to arrive," Snape ordered. "I'll have a house elf bring you some lunch." "As long as it isn't Dobby, then we'll be fine," Harry commented. Snape looked at him. "Dobby, how do you know who the Malfoy's house elf is?" Snape asked. Both Harry and Crystal stared at him. Dobby is the Malfoy's house elf, she commented. Yes, like that's any of your business, Snape told her. Crystal went a little pink. Sir, Dobby came to visit us and he told us that strange and unusual things are going to happen here, Harry told him. If the Malfoys own Dobby then. I know what you're implying, Snape told them. I'll keep a watch on things. Can you talk to the headmaster and tell them what Dobby did? Crystal said. Harry gave her an ugly look and so did Snape. We don't trust the headmaster much, Snape told her, but I'll let him know. And he left them alone. So what do you think will happen? Harry asked as they headed to their common room. I don't know, but I'm sure that we'll soon find out. When the rest of the school arrived, Harry and Crystal waved to all their friends, who waved back. Hermione even dared to come over to the Slytherin table, and Harry gave all the Slytherins a look that told them that if they messed with Hermione they messed with him. So how was your stay with Crystal's family? Hermione asked. Interesting, Harry answered, but I'll tell you later. Looking forward to it, Hermione said and went back to her own table. I don't know why you're still friends with her, Potter, Pansy asked. Because I want to be, Harry said. Got a problem with that? Pansy said nothing. Professor McGonagall arrived with the new students and Harry and Crystal watched the sorting. When it was Ginny Weasley's turn, she ended up in Slytherin, which shocked the rest of the Weasleys. Of course, what shocked Harry was the fact that Ginny left the Great Hall with such force that Professor McGonagall had to run after her. I wonder what's wrong with her? Crystal asked. I don't know, Harry answered. Silence fell on the Great Hall, and that enabled everyone to hear what was being said. I'm not sitting with them, Ginny yelled. You will sit where the hat tells you, Miss Weasley, McGonagall said. She said some words that made even Harry blush and then returned to the Great Hall. She took her place at the Slytherin table, glaring at Harry as she did. Harry had a funny feeling that she blamed him for this. The next day Harry and Crystal sat at the Slytherin table. Ginny was a few seats away and didn't even look at anyone as she ate. At once Harry asked Crystal how Ginny had taken her first night. She didn't say much, Crystal said. Of course she went up to her new dorm and went to bed. Harry sighed and started on his breakfast. The morning post arrived and Harry got his snake back. He also got a letter from Crystal's mother and a box of candy that she had made for him. He opened the letter and read. Dear Harry, I hope that you enjoy your first day back. Thanks for everything that you did for me over the summer. Mrs. Walker. He handed the letter to Crystal, who read it as well. When she was finished she returned the letter back to him. He pocketed it and then suddenly he heard a sound that made his eardrums throb. Stealing the car. I'm surprised that you weren't expelled, said the voice of Mrs. Weasley. When your father got the letter I thought he would die of shame. We didn't bring you up to act like this. And you better watch yourself, because if you stick another toe out of line I'm bringing you straight home. The Slytherins all snickered and so did Harry and Crystal. What was that? Harry asked, after the laughter had died away. That was a howler, Crystal answered. Looks like Weasley got into trouble. Well, I heard that Weasley crashed a flying car into the Whomping Willow, Draco told them. Harry stared at him. And why did Weasley do something as stupid as that? Harry asked him. He wants attention, that's what, Draco said. Look, I know that we got off on a bad start last term and I want to start over. Harry wasn't sure if he believed him. And why should we believe you? Crystal asked him. You've made life for us a living hell. Mum told me to be nice to the both of you, Draco told them. Dad told me that I have to be nice to you because the whole wizarding world believes that you're the one that defeated the Dark Lord. Look, Malfoy, it's going to take us time to get over the fact that you teased us and caused a lot of the other Slytherins to do the same, Crystal said. I don't like your family because of what your father tried to do to my mum when she was in school. I know about that, Draco said. He boasted a lot about it. And do you like people like that? Crystal asked. No, Draco answered. Then you'll understand why it's going to take time, Crystal told him. And if you think that we're going to give up our half-blood, Muggleborn, or purebloods that like Muggles friends, then you've got another thing coming. Well, I think that you shouldn't be friends with them, Pansy told Draco, if they don't want to give up their unsavory friends. Harry and Crystal turned and glared at her. Were you part of this conversation? Harry asked her. She sneered at him and then returned to her breakfast. Give us time, Harry told Draco. Fine with me, Draco said. During their first lesson of the term, which was Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall had them turning beetles into buttons. Harry had been working on his transfiguration work and had a general idea of how this was done. Like last term, Crystal managed to get it done on the first try, and it took several tries before Harry finally managed it. When the bell rang, Harry and Crystal headed for their history of magic lesson. "Another term with bins," Harry commented, as they went up the marble staircase. Crystal groaned, which made Harry grin. "Can we talk about something else?" Crystal begged. "I don't think I want to be reminded that we need to hear anything coming out of Bin's mouth." They got off the marble staircase and headed for the history of magic classroom. Harry minded on getting the lesson over and done with. However, he ran right into Ron, who looked as though someone had hit him with something. "Oh, look who it is, Howler boy," Crystal teased. 3 Slytherins laughed at what she said. Ron went red with anger. "What are you doing here, Walker?" Ron asked. "Going to class, duh," Harry remarked. "Boy, you Gryffindors are really stupid." "Don't call me stupid, Potter," he snarled. "I don't know why anyone wants to be around you, especially Neville." "Because I treat people with respect," Harry answered, "unlike some who think that their house is the greatest just because of some stupid bravery and courage. Of course you put disrespect on your house by crashing that car. What stupid event caused you to want to even think that you could fly a car to Hogwarts?" "None of your business, Potter," Ron snapped. "Well, I guess that proves that I'm better off not being in your house if that's what some members are known for, being stupid." And both Harry and Crystal walked on. "That was great, Harry," Crystal said. "Thanks, but it was the truth," Harry pointed out. "My parents were in Gryffindor, but I could never imagine my father crashing a flying car into the Willow." "Unless he thought that would get him noticed," Crystal pointed out. Harry sighed, knowing that she had a point. "Yeah, to get noticed," Harry muttered. The next day, Harry and Crystal sat at the Slytherin table. Ginny was a few seats away and didn't even look at anyone as she ate. At once Harry asked Crystal how Ginny had taken her first night. "She didn't say much," Crystal said. "Of course she went up to her new dorm and went to bed." Harry sighed and started on his breakfast. The morning post arrived and Harry got his snake back. He also got a letter from Crystal's mother and a box of candy that she had made for him. He opened the letter and read, "Dear Harry, I hope that you enjoy your first day back. Thanks for everything that you did for me over the summer. Mrs. Walker." He handed the letter to Crystal, who read it as well. When she was finished, she returned the letter back to him. He pocketed it, and then suddenly he heard a sound that made his eardrums throb. "Stealing the car? I'm surprised that you weren't expelled," said the voice of Mrs. Weasley. "When your father got the letter, I thought he would die of shame. We didn't bring you up to act like this. And you better watch yourself, because if you stick another toe out of line, I'm bringing you straight home." The Slytherins all snickered, and so did Harry and Crystal. "What was that?" Harry asked, after the laughter had died away. "That was a howler," Crystal answered. "Looks like Weasley got into trouble." "Well, I heard that Weasley crashed a flying car into the Whomping Willow," Draco told them. Harry stared at him. "And why did Weasley do something as stupid as that?" Harry asked him. "He wants attention, that's what," Draco said. "Look, I know that we got off on a bad start last term and I want to start over." Harry wasn't sure if he believed him. "And why should we believe you?" Crystal asked him. "You've made life for us a living hell." "Mum told me to be nice to the both of you," Draco told them. "Dad told me that I have to be nice to you because the whole wizarding world believes that you're the one that defeated the Dark Lord. Look, Malfoy, it's going to take us time to get over the fact that you teased us and caused a lot of the other Slytherins to do the same," Crystal said. "I don't like your family because of what your father tried to do to my mum when she was in school." "I know about that," Draco said. "He boasted a lot about it." "And do you like people like that?" Crystal asked. "No," Draco answered. "Then you'll understand why it's going to take time," Crystal told him. "And if you think that we're going to give up our half-blood, Muggleborn, or purebloods that like Muggles friends, then you've got another thing coming." "Well, I think that you shouldn't be friends with them," Pansy told Draco, "if they don't want to give up their unsavory friends." Harry and Crystal turned and glared at her. "Were you part of this conversation?" Harry asked her. She sneered at him and then returned to her breakfast. "Give us time," Harry told Draco. "Fine with me," Draco said. During their first lesson of the term, which was Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall had them turning beetles into buttons. Harry had been working on his transfiguration work and had a general idea of how this was done. Like last term, Crystal managed to get it done on the first try, and it took several tries before Harry finally managed it. When the bell rang, Harry and Crystal headed for their history of magic lesson. "Another term with bins," Harry commented, as they went up the marble staircase. Crystal groaned, which made Harry grin. "Can we talk about something else?" Crystal begged. "I don't think I want to be reminded that we need to hear anything coming out of Bin's mouth." They got off the marble staircase and headed for the history of magic classroom. Harry minded on getting the lesson over and done with. However, he ran right into Ron, who looked as though someone had hit him with something. "Oh, look who it is, Howler boy," Crystal teased. 3 Slytherins laughed at what she said. Ron went red with anger. "What are you doing here, Walker?" Ron asked. "Going to class, duh," Harry remarked. "Boy, you Gryffindors are really stupid." "Don't call me stupid, Potter," he snarled. "I don't know why anyone wants to be around you, especially Neville." "Because I treat people with respect," Harry answered, "unlike some who think that their house is the greatest just because of some stupid bravery and courage. Of course you put disrespect on your house by crashing that car. What stupid event caused you to want to even think that you could fly a car to Hogwarts?" "None of your business, Potter," Ron snapped. "Well, I guess that proves that I'm better off not being in your house if that's what some members are known for, being stupid." And both Harry and Crystal walked on. "That was great, Harry," Crystal said. "Thanks, but it was the truth," Harry pointed out. "My parents were in Gryffindor, but I could never imagine my father crashing a flying car into the Willow." "Unless he thought that would get him noticed," Crystal pointed out. Harry sighed, knowing that she had a point. "Yeah, to get noticed," Harry muttered. Professor Snape had a lot on his mind, and the things that he was thinking about shouldn't have been in his head, going around like some drunken wizard without any direction. What was on his mind was what he had seen in the mirror. It had shown him a woman that wasn't Lily, and he had been happy in the mirror. He didn't know where the mirror was, but he wanted to see if that image was still there. Of course, he was sure that Dumbledore had a hand in making sure that no one found the mirror again. "So is Severus okay?" Remus asked Dumbledore. "I don't know, Remus," Dumbledore said. "He seems to have a lot on his mind lately." "Well, one can't blame him for the things that have happened," Remus said. "He is no longer in Voldemort's good graces, and he talks to a boy that reminds him of the man that he hates." "Too true," Dumbledore said. "I sometimes worry about him. Don't we all?" In Charms, Professor Flitwick was having them work on something fun. At least he called it fun. The students called it work. Harry wasn't sure if he could ever be friends with Malfoy since his father had tried to harm Crystal's mother, and Harry was finding it hard to get past what Malfoy's father had tried to do. "Pay attention, Potter," Malfoy hissed at him. Harry broke away from his train of thought and put his mind on what Professor Flitwick was saying. "So does anyone want to volunteer for this little exercise?" Flitwick asked. "I'll do it," Harry said and got up. "Now you don't have to worry about anything, Mr. Potter," Flitwick told Harry. "Just let me work my magic and they can use you to take notes." "Will this hurt?" Harry asked. It wasn't that he didn't trust Flitwick, but Charms was almost as dangerous as Transfiguration. "No, wait, maybe a little," Flitwick said and then laughed. "I'm only joking, you won't feel a thing, Potter." Several Slytherins laughed, and Harry wasn't sure who they were laughing at. Flitwick took out his wand and said, "Scullycorpius." Instantly Harry felt a little different, and that's when everyone, except Pansy, gasped. Pansy just gave a horrible scream and ran out of Charms. "I wonder what's wrong with her," Flitwick muttered. "Okay, class, take notes and then we'll return Potter his head." Everyone started to take notes, and only later did Crystal tell Harry what they had seen. "We saw your brain," Crystal said. "Oh great, now I have that wonderful vision in my mind," Harry muttered. During their next potions lesson, Harry noticed that both Ron and Professor Snape were missing. Harry, who was trying to be on nice terms with Malfoy, asked him where they were at. "How should I know?" Malfoy muttered. "But if they're both gone, then it won't look good on Weasley." "Personally, I don't care," Crystal muttered. "Is there something wrong with you, Mr. Weasley?" Snape asked the second-year Gryffindor. "No," Ron answered. "Then why didn't you take the night bus when you were stranded at the station?" Snape said. "Ginny and the rest of your siblings took it and got to Hogwarts in plenty of time." Do you know how much work Professor Sprout had to do on the Whomping Willow? Professor, when I was blocked from getting onto the platform, I didn't know that my family had taken the night bus. That was the only thing that was available. Likely story, Snape muttered. Ron went red and Snape was glad to see that he was angry with him. You believed Potter and Walker's story, Ron countered. Because they sent a message by owl, Snape said. Potter and Walker have better sense than you do. What you have told me is beyond belief. I think you wanted a little fame and thought that taking the car would give you that. Ron got even redder. I don't want to be like Bloody Potter, he snarled. Potter thinks he's so important. I bet he has a brand new broom and everything. Snape glared at him. He might not like James's son, but he wasn't going to let Weasley tell lies about him. For your information, Potter doesn't have a broom, Snape told him. He needs to earn it and he just might. Oh great, I'm going to watch stupid Harry Potter keep the cup. Snape gave him a nasty grin. Oh, I think that I'm going to enjoy this, Snape said, and that's when there was a knock on the door. Enter. The door opened and in walked Ginny Weasley. Sir, I want to change houses, Ginny told him. Good, I see that you're seeing. I'm sorry, but I can't let you change houses, Snape told her. Ginny looked at him. What do you mean I can't change houses? Ginny asked. I belong in Gryffindor. But the hat placed you in Slytherin, Snape countered. I'm sorry, but I can't let a change happen. Ginny glared at Snape and then stormed out of his office. You stupid git, Ron hissed. My sister doesn't belong in this house, she belongs with her family. She has a family, Mr. Weasley, Slytherin house, Snape said. And 5 points from Gryffindor for insulting Slytherin house. You're dismissed unless you want to spend detention with me. Ron left the office, finally giving Snape peace. Harry was quite glad when the weekend arrived. He had managed to go a whole week without having to worry about blowing something up or getting on the wrong side of Snape. Of course, with Ron crashing the flying car into the Willow, it wasn't surprising that Snape was in a bad mood with Ron and the other Gryffindors. This seemed to affect Longbottom most of all because he ended up blowing up his first cauldron of the term. Harry sat down at the Slytherin table and helped himself to some breakfast. As he ate, he heard news that Malfoy was the new Slytherin Seeker by Pansy Parkinson. I don't know why you don't go for reserve, she pointed out. I mean, you're really good at flying. Harry snorted at her suggestion. I doubt that Snape will allow me to be a reserve team member even if I begged on hands and knees while I called him the world's best professor, Harry told her. Pansy rolled her eyes. I don't know what his problem is, she said. He thinks that I am my father, Harry admitted. He told me as much last term. Pansy rolled her eyes again and then said, well, I thought that he was supposed to be all mature because he's a professor and the head of our house. Well, it proves that just because you're over 20 doesn't mean that you have a drop of maturity in your veins. Would you care to repeat that, Miss Parkinson, said the cold voice of Professor Snape. Pansy went white and turned to him. Sorry sir, Pansy stammered. Snape sneered at her and then turned to Harry. Potter, you'll be the reserve keeper, Snape said. Flint isn't feeling good and had to head back home. If he isn't back by time the first match between our house and Gryffindor starts, you are going to be doing his job. I want you to order a broom and then come down tonight to pick up your robes. Yes sir, thank you sir, Harry said. Don't thank me just yet, Snape said and then turned to Miss Parkinson. I am taking 10 points from Slytherin for insulting my maturity level. And he left the Slytherin table. 10 points, he took 10 points off our house because I told the truth, Pansy hissed, invisible steam coming out of her head. Well, that just goes to prove that I am right. Don't say that any louder, he might come back. True, but at least you're on the team, Pansy pointed out. True, but only if Flint doesn't come back, Harry pointed out. True, again, but still on the team. When Harry had finished with his breakfast, he went down to the pitch to see how the Slytherin team was doing. He didn't know if Flint had already left, despite what Snape had told him, and he wanted to make sure that none of the Gryffindors insulted them. When he arrived at the pitch, he saw Ron and Hermione looking over their homework. Hermione looked up when he approached their bench. Hello, Harry, Hermione said. Hi, Hermione, Harry answered. I got on the team. I am the reserve Slytherin keeper. That's great, Hermione said. At least no one will think a troll is still playing. So do you have your own broom? Snape wants me to order one today, Harry answered. And then once it shows up then I join practice. So what's going on? Before Hermione could answer, the Slytherin team came on the pitch, which caused Wood, the Gryffindor captain and keeper, to become spitting mad. I booked the field today. I booked it, so you can just clear off, Wood told them. But I've got a note from Professor Snape, said one of the chasers. He handed the note to him and Wood read it. I, Professor S. Snape, give the Slytherin team time to practice today, owning the need to train their new seeker, Wood read. You've got a new seeker, where? And they parted to show Draco Malfoy. Come on, I think this is going to get ugly, Harry said, and Hermione followed him, with Ron falling behind. Malfoy is on your team, Harry heard Fred say. That's right, Weasley, Malfoy said. And that's not the only thing that's new this year. He showed the team the new brooms that he had gotten. New brooms don't make a good team, Harry told Malfoy, and you know it. Malfoy turned and faced Harry. And what do you know about new brooms? Malfoy asked. I bet you that you couldn't tell the difference between a good one and a bad one. Not with being around those filthy muggles and that little mudblood over there. Everyone but Harry and Hermione gasped. How dare you insult her, said one of the Gryffindor chasers. At once Harry, upon hearing this, pulled out his wand and pointed at Malfoy. Don't you dare insult my friends, Harry snapped, or I'll do to you what I did to your father. Malfoy's eyes went wide and Harry knew that Malfoy knew what he was talking about. You wouldn't dare, Malfoy hissed. Harry's eyes glittered with malice. Try me, he hissed. Oh, and I am the new reserve Slytherin keeper, just thought you want to know. He then turned to Hermione. Come on, let's go and visit Hagrid. And Harry and Hermione left the pitch. Hagrid was very pleased to see them when Harry knocked on the door. At once Harry told Hagrid about being the reserve Slytherin keeper because Flint was sick and had gone home. He also mentioned that Malfoy had called Hermione a mudblood and he and Hermione didn't know what it meant. I mean, I know that it's an insult, but what does it mean? Harry said. It means dirty blood, Hagrid said. That's what a pureblood calls a half-blood and a muggleborn. Harry felt his anger flashing when he heard what Hagrid had said. I mean, it doesn't mean anything nowadays, Hagrid went on. Most of the wizards today are half-blood or less anyway. But why does he believe this? Harry asked. Because that's how he was raised, Hagrid said. Not that I am defending him, but he was raised to believe that he was better than everyone else because he's what's called a pureblood. Most of the pureblood families are interrelated anyway, and that causes a load of problems. Like what? Well, like stillbirths and squibs, those born without magic, Hagrid answered. Anyway, not all the students in Slytherin believe in all this pureblood nonsense. The hat places them in Slytherin because they are cunning and don't believe in following the rules. Then why did you tell me that not a single witch or wizard has gone bad that wasn't in Slytherin? Harry asked him. Because that's where most of the evil wizards come from, Hagrid answered. But there are a lot of families that were in Slytherin that was just plain cunning and a breaker of rules. They came out all right in the end. So I don't have to worry about coming out bad, Harry said. Not with the friends that you have, Harry, I think that you'll come out all right. Harry smiled at him. Thanks, Hagrid, Harry said. No problem, so you want to come and look at my pumpkins? Harry nodded and both he and Hermione followed Hagrid out to his pumpkin patch. The pumpkins that Harry suspected were for the Halloween feast were growing at a huge rate. They'll be as large as garden sheds by Halloween, Hagrid told them. Well, they're doing nicely, but I guess you have to add an engorgement charm to make them get bigger, Hermione said, both sounding amazed and stern. Well, I got Dumbledore's permission, but I haven't yet got it for the fence. Those little critters are coming in and I need to charm the fence to keep them out. Hagrid, can I talk to Potter for a moment? Asked the sudden voice of Professor Snape. Harry rolled his eyes but faced the professor. I'll leave you both alone, Hagrid said, and pushed Hermione into his hut. Yes, sir, Harry said. Malfoy has come to me, telling me that you threatened him, Snape said. Well, he called Hermione the M-word, Harry told him. At once he saw Snape's nostrils flare in reaction. Did he? Snape said smoothly. He sure did. The entire Gryffindor team heard him as well as Ron Weasley and of course Hermione. Very well, I shall speak to Malfoy about this, Snape said. But next time let me take care of him and not you. You don't know what hexes Malfoy knows." "Yes, sir," Harry said, relieved that he wasn't going to be punished. "Good day, Potter, and I'll see you tomorrow night for our Sunday talk." And he left Harry alone. When Harry and Hermione said goodbye to Hagrid, they headed back up to the castle. It had amazed Harry that Snape had taken his side, but then again he was in Slytherin and Snape had to believe all of his little snakes. Hermione said goodbye to Harry and went over to the Gryffindor table. Harry joined the Slytherin table and sat down next to Crystal and her brother. "So where were you?" Crystal asked. "I was talking with Hagrid," Harry answered. "I've heard Malfoy talking about him," said Crystal's brother. "Well, don't believe what he says," Crystal said. Harry looked at him. "What did he tell you about Hagrid?" Harry asked him. "He says that Hagrid is a savage and that he sets his bed on fire when he gets drunk." Harry went red and knew that there was only one answer to this gossip: revenge. He was going to make Malfoy suffer for insulting his friends once again. Harry plotted how he was going to take care of Malfoy over the next couple of days. He had tried to be nice to him, but it was clear that Malfoy believed that he was better than everyone else and didn't have to answer to anyone. On the other hand, Harry was glad that Ron had gotten detention for what he had done, but that was a different matter altogether. During the only class that Harry had with the Gryffindors, he ended up being Hermione's partner. He didn't understand why Snape wanted him to be partnered with Hermione. Not that he didn't think highly of her, but she sometimes felt the need to help Neville. "You're going to cause your house to lose points," Harry told her. "I know, but he looks like he needs help," Hermione said. "Don't," Harry warned. Snape walked over to their cauldron and looked down at their work. Hermione had done all the work, even though Harry could brew a potion, and he looked from Harry and then to Hermione. "Miss Granger, why are you doing most of the work?" he asked her. "She's not," Harry protested. "I did some of the work." "But she did most of it," Snape countered. 5 points from Gryffindor and 10 from Slytherin for lying. And he turned and left. "Stupid git," Harry muttered. "Don't worry about him," Hermione told him. Harry tried not to. When class was over, Pansy cornered Harry, while the rest of the Gryffindors hurried off to lunch. She was mad with him, and Harry knew that it was because he had lost 10 points from Slytherin. "What did you think you were doing?" she asked him. "Nothing," Harry said. "Snape just has a problem with me, that's all." "Well, he didn't seem to have a problem with you when he made you temporary team member," Pansy pointed out. "That's only because he wants to win, that's why," Harry said. "He has Rich Malfoy and those brooms to help him win. I've got talent and that's all." "Well, you better win and stay away from that mudblood and her little muggle-loving friends." Harry got mad. How dare she tell him what he could and couldn't do? When she had her back turned, he hexed her and she fell to the floor. "That's what you get for insulting my friends," Harry hissed and then went to lunch. Hexing Pansy was very satisfying for Harry. He knew that he would get into trouble for doing magic in between classes, but he didn't care. He wasn't going to let some ugly girl tell him who he could and couldn't be friends with. When he sat down at the Slytherin table, he pulled out a piece of parchment that had his plan on getting back at Malfoy. It was a potion that he had discovered in one of the books that was in the library. He had been doing his homework for charms when he found it. He copied down the recipe and then went looking for the ingredients. Some of them he could find, but the rest would be in Snape's office. He knew that he would have to break in and steal some of the ingredients. He decided, at once, that he would recruit Crystal for this job. "Oh no, there's no way that I'm doing it," Crystal said. "Get my brother. Wards seem to melt when he's around." "Great idea," Harry said, and he went to get Crystal's brother. At once he was interested in helping Harry get back at Malfoy for what he had done, so both boys went to Professor Snape's office when Snape was at dinner. Like Crystal had said, the wards melted when he was around. Harry quickly found the ingredients that he needed and both boys left. Harry had decided to brew the potion in a room that he had discovered. He was just walking around, wondering where he could brew such a potion when a door appeared. He opened it and saw that the room had everything that he needed. He opened his notes and started to work on the potion. The potion took forever to brew, but he managed to get it just right. He finally bottled it and put it in his pocket. That's when he left the room, and unknown to him it melted away, leaving no trace that it had been there. "Okay, so when are you doing this?" Crystal asked that night. It was late and Harry had just returned with the completed potion. "I'm going to wait until Malfoy is asleep and then give him the potion," Harry said. "With luck he'll get what's coming to him." Crystal laughed at this. "Oh, I can't wait to see his face," Crystal said. Harry had to laugh as well, he couldn't wait either. That night when Harry was sure that Malfoy was asleep, he got up and went over to his bed. He poured the entire contents of the vial all over Malfoy's body and then hurried back to bed. The instructions told him that the effects would be apparent in the morning. With that in mind, he went to sleep. The next morning a loud scream came all the way up to the Great Hall. Snape at once went down to the dungeons and then returned a few minutes later. He looked pale as a ghost. "Who did this to Mr. Malfoy?" Snape demanded, his tone high enough so that everyone could hear him. "Who turned him into a mass of hair?" Almost all the students laughed, but Harry and Crystal laughed even harder, pounding the table with their fists. Snape advanced on them. "Mr. Potter, Miss Severus, what is going on here?" Dumbledore asked. Snape pointed at Harry and Crystal. "They attacked Malfoy, sir," Snape told him. Dumbledore gave him a smile. "And I thought that Slytherin business was to remain in Slytherin house," Dumbledore stated. Snape looked furious. Malfoy was like that for the next couple of days while Madame Pomfrey tried to figure out which potion had been used on him. Malfoy Ned and complained by at least no one was bothered with him. On Thursday Harry received a letter from his aunt by owl. He opened it and read, "Potter, I don't want to see you during the winter break. You know what to do about that." Aunt Petunia. Now what was that all about? Harry asked himself. Things started to move fast for Harry as Halloween drew near. Malfoy had finally returned to normal, but he was still his usual self, trying to prove that Hermione had no right to be at Hogwarts even though she had been there for nearly a year and a half. There was also something strange about how he mumbled to himself or talked in a quiet corner with Crabbe and Goyle. "I bet he's plotting another moment to call Hermione the M-word," Crystal told Harry and Hermione outside the Great Hall one afternoon. "God, I wish I had ended up in Ravenclaw, then I wouldn't have to listen to him all the time." "Well, I'll just ignore him," Hermione said. "Better said than done," Harry told his two friends as Malfoy approached them. "Go away, Mud." Malfoy stopped when he saw the business end of Harry's wand. Of course, at that moment Professor Snape walked out into the entrance hall. He looked from Harry to Draco. "What's going on here?" he demanded. Malfoy was starting to call Hermione the M-word, Harry said. Snape turned his full attention to Malfoy. "Is this true?" Snape asked. "Yeah, so what?" Malfoy said. "You called them that all the time." Snape's face turned into a contort of rage. "Just because I did it doesn't mean that you have to follow every single dumb mistake that I made. God, I thought that you were going to lead some great example. Wait until I tell your mother." Malfoy looked like someone had given him a sour. He swallowed. "You wouldn't." "I most certainly will," he said. "Calling fellow Slytherins that word shows poor form, and you wouldn't want to be accused of poor form. What would your poor father think about you then?" Harry snorted with laughter and Snape smirked his cold smirk. "Fine," Malfoy hissed, "I won't insult Potter's friend." "Good, and since you want, I want take 70 points from Slytherin for showing just how un-Slytherin you are. I am going to take 80. And he turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, I am adding 100 points to Slytherin for sticking up for your housemate. A true Slytherin never lets their friends down. Also, report to my office in an hour." "Yes, sir," Harry said and Snape left. "Way to go, Draco," said Sarah Belladonna. "Just what we needed, you showing how stupid you are." "But I was not listening," Sarah said and turned on him. Harry reported to Snape's office with 10 minutes to spare. When Snape told him to enter, Harry opened the door and walked in. He closed it behind him because he didn't want Snape to take points off because he left the door open so that everyone could hear the conversation. Whatever that happened to be. "Sit, Potter," Snape ordered. Harry sat down and looked at the potions master. He wondered what he had done to get called in, and if it was bad, then it was something that he hadn't done. Of course, he was wondering if this had anything to do with the prank that he had pulled on Malfoy. "Mr. Potter, I have decided that the Dursleys are no longer suited to take care of you," Snape said. "Having to worry about your summer work done, having hardly any food to eat, and I'm not going to mention about how horrible the room that you're staying in is." The headmaster doesn't know any of this and I would like to keep it that way, if you don't mind. Of course, sir, Harry said. So I've decided to adopt you, Snape went on. You would be my heir when I die, since I have no children of my own. Prince Manor is located in a place that not even the Dark Lord can locate, and since I'm also hated by him as well, then we'll both be hiding from him. Harry couldn't believe it, Snape was adopting him. Your last name will change to Snape and you can change it back when you're older, but I think this is the best option for right now. Now about going to Crystal's for the rest of the summer? Harry asked. If you want to spend time over there then I don't mind, Snape said. Crystal's mother is a very good witch and woman. It surprised me how she turned out, but no one knows what kind of life you'll end up with. So do you agree to this little agreement? Yes, Harry said. Harry didn't tell Crystal or Hermione what had happened, even though Crystal begged Harry to tell him. The next day Harry, Hermione, Crystal, and Crystal's brother were all in the library working on their defense against the dark arts, if you could call it that. I can't believe they allowed that overinflated kid to teach, Crystal's brother said. I mean, what are we even learning? Nothing, Harry answered. Hermione frowned and Harry knew that she considered his answer a personal insult on what she considered to be a great teacher. I don't think you're being fair to him, Hermione said. Fair? The man doesn't even know anything about what he's doing, Harry told her. I think I'm being very fair. Hermione rolled her eyes and returned to her work. On Halloween Harry, Hermione, Crystal, and Crystal's brother all headed down for nearly headless Nick's death day party. Nick was very nice to Harry and Crystal because Harry was nice to him and Crystal called him by his full, noble, name. Harry thought that it was a mouthful but didn't voice his opinion. During the death day party they met a ghost called Ning Myrtle, who looked 50 years out of date and very depressed. Makes you wonder if she was teased in school? Harry muttered to Crystal. Might have, Crystal agreed. They left the party, partly because they were getting all cold, and headed back up to the Great Hall. Harry was sure that he might get some pudding when he heard a disembodied voice. Rip. Tear. Kill. What was that? Harry asked. What was what? Crystal asked. I heard that voice, Harry said. To Harry's surprise Hermione nodded that she had heard it as well. Crystal stared at her in complete shock. You mean you heard a voice as well? Yes, Hermione said, though I don't know why. Come on, let's get. But Harry held up his hand as the voice appeared again, and it looked like it was moving. Come on, Harry said, and the three of them bolted. They ran up one stairs and then the next, following the voice as Harry and Hermione directed. And then as they turned the corner they saw a hooded figure and the largest snake that any of them had ever seen. Its back was to them so they didn't know how ugly it was. It's a basilisk, Crystal told them. Don't look at it. Harry and everyone closed their eyes, but then Hermione yelped. Harry slowly opened his eyes and saw the side of the snake looking right at Hermione, who had her eyes wide open. Except that nothing was happening to her. She petted it and then smiled at Harry. Don't worry, it won't hurt you, she told them. She said something that only Harry could understand. Please don't look at my friends, they're okay. The snake turned its head away from them. Oh, this isn't good, Crystal said. Hermione, you need to make it go away before the students see it. Hermione looked at them strangely. Hermione, you're supposed to be a Muggle-born student, but you can control the thing that lives inside wherever it lives. If the students see you controlling it and something bad happens, then they'll send you away to Azkaban. Okay, fine, Hermione said and turned to the snake. You need to return to where you're at. If I return, then the girl will use me again. She's being controlled by the one that released me before. So he was released before, Harry said. So something bad happened here before. The snake nodded, but it disappeared from sight. No sooner was he gone that Crystal screamed in horror. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was hanging by a torch, completely still and silent. Oh my God! Crystal remarked, and that's when the students appeared. There was a complete shock when they saw the immobile Mrs. Norris. When Dumbledore arrived he saw the message, which Harry, Hermione, and Crystal hadn't even noticed, and told the prefects to take the students back to their dorms. I bet Potter did it, yelled Ron Weasley. Everyone looked at him and Harry saw that he was angry. He hated Mrs. Norris and so he killed her. Back to your dorm, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall told him. and stop accusing people of attacking cats. Ron glared at her but followed the other Gryffindors to their common room. Harry, Hermione, and Crystal had to follow the headmaster and some of the professors to Professor Lockhart's office. Harry quickly found out that she had been petrified and that Professor Sprout could brew a potion that would cure her. Snape told Dumbledore that he would make the potion, and Harry really wanted to be there to see that being made. "Can we leave?" Harry asked. Dumbledore nodded and the three of them left. "Should I have told them that I can control the snake?" Hermione asked. "No," Crystal said without a moment's hesitation. "If word gets out that you can do that, then people will start wondering what other secrets you've been hiding. We don't need you accused of something that you didn't do." Hermione fell silent, but Harry spoke. "I personally think the basilisk was pretty cool." Crystal rolled her eyes. "You won't think it's cool when you're dead." The whole thing about Hermione being able to control the basilisk got Harry wondering about a lot during the next couple of days. Everyone was talking about the attack on Mrs. Norris and wondering who the robed figure was. Ginny Weasley was very upset about Mrs. Norris' fate. According to Fred Weasley, she was a great cat lover. Ron, on the other hand, took a different view of Ginny's distress. "I don't know why you're even upset," Ron said, passing Harry, Hermione, and Crystal as they headed for their next class. Harry stopped to listen. "You're a filthy Slytherin and your lot doesn't even care about cats or anyone else." This got Ginny mad. "Don't you dare talk about things that you don't know anything about, Ronnie?" And she stormed off. "Hey, Ronnie, what's wrong? Put your big food in your pig-faced mouth," Hermione teased. "Shove off, Granger," Ron hissed and stormed off. "We're so going to hear about this on Thursday," Crystal said. "Well, I don't care," Hermione said. "He acts like a pig and even eats like one." She made little grunting noises, like a pig, and Harry wondered if this was just anger over what Ron had said or if she was starting to act like Voldemort. Naturally, Harry decided that it was about time that he research on the Slytherin family. Since he was in Slytherin and it seemed that Hermione could control the monster that lived inside the Chamber of Secrets, it only seemed fair to find out exactly what kind of person Slytherin was. He walked into the library and asked Madame Pants for a book on Salazar Slytherin. "And why do you want to know about him?" Madame Pants asked, her voice harsh. "Because I just do," Harry answered, turning rude. Madame Pants gave him a heated look but told him where the book was. The book turned out to not be there, which seemed odd. He knew that Madame Pants cared about the books that she carried and would have told him if it had been checked out. Next to the row where his book was supposed to be was a painting of a wizard with white hair and a white beard. It had a pointed wizard's hat and had a cane in his hand. He suddenly woke up as though he had sensed Harry there. "Well, hello there, young Slytherin," the man said in a low tone, though Harry could hear him. Hello," Harry said. "Excuse me, but I'm looking for a book about Salazar Slytherin." The man chuckled at him and it reminded Harry of Dumbledore. "That book is long gone," the man said. "But I'm Salazar Slytherin and I can tell you anything that you want to know." Harry stared at the painting in shock. He was Salazar Slytherin. Why did you create the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry asked. "Well, the purged the school of those that I didn't consider worthy of studying magic," Salazar said. "However, when me and the other founders founded the school, people were being burned alive for witchcraft." He shuddered slightly. "It was a horrible time, and during those times people can develop ideas that others in different time frames can think are unsavory or evil. I didn't consider my feelings towards Muggles to be unsavory or evil. My brother was killed by Muggles and the means that he was killed was beheading, since he was a noble. You see, no one can dare say they know what a person is really like until they walk a mile in their shoes. Of course, I never even opened the Chamber of Secrets because as I got older I didn't care about the things that I cared for when I was younger. I grew wiser and a lot less easier to catch." "Is there only one family that is related to you?" Harry asked. "No, there are two," Salazar answered. "I fell in love with Morgana Le Fay and had a son. The other family was known as the Gounts. No one knows about me and Morgana's family line. Before you went I cast a spell that would enable me to detect any heirs that were born. This also worked on the other family as well. I was most surprised when only 4 heirs ever came to this school that came from Morgana and mine's union, more than enough from the other, that is until last year." "Last year," Harry repeated. "Yes," Salazar agreed. That girl with very bushy hair. Her grandmother came to Hogwarts 2 years before Riddle did. The girl didn't try to open my chamber but the boy did. So Hermione is the true heir of Slytherin, Harry said. That would be correct, Salazar told him. And because my heir has at last returned, I want you to give her this. The painting swung open and Harry saw a sword there. He pulled it out. The sword had a silver blade and emeralds on them. The name Salazar Slytherin was engraved on the hilt. She'll need this, Salazar said. I can't have two people fighting over Hogwarts. Only the true heir can control the basilisk without causing harm to him or herself. Make sure that she gets it. I will, Harry promised and left. How Harry managed to hide the sword from anyone was beyond his understanding. He found Hermione about to go into the girls' bathroom and pulled her out. What's wrong with you, Harry? I got this from a painting of Salazar Slytherin, Harry told her and handed her the sword. This belonged to him. He said that you're going to need it and I sensed that he didn't want anyone else to have it, especially someone with the last name of Riddle. Hermione looked it over. But he said that your grandmother came to Hogwarts 2 years before Riddle did. That you're a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin and Morgana Le Fay. Salazar said that no one in the wizarding world knows that there's another family. But that's impossible, I mean. I don't think that anyone knew that your grandmother would marry a Granger or whatever your mum's name was before she married your dad. Hermione thought this over. I need to go home and ask my parents about this, Hermione said. Could you tell McGonagall that I'll be back? Harry nodded and before he could even ask her when she would be back she was gone. Hermione used the flow network to get back to her house. When she arrived she saw that her mother was home, cooking lunch. Mrs. Granger was shocked that Hermione was there but Hermione wanted answers. Mum, can I ask you something? Hermione asked. What is it? Her mother asked. Am I related to Salazar Slytherin and Morgana Le Fay? Hermione asked. Her mother turned the stove off and turned her back on her. How did you find out? I saw the huge snake and it didn't harm me, Hermione answered. Her mother sighed. Your father is related to that family. I'm a half-blood, she said. Your father had heard that the Gounts had gone insane from centuries of inbreeding and he didn't wish that for himself. I went to a school in America and that's where I met your father. When I asked him why he didn't go to school in Britain he told me that he didn't want anyone to know that Slytherin's line had continued through another woman. He stated that Salazar wanted the line to continue and the only reason why his family line hadn't gone insane is because they had married Muggles every 200 years. He said that his mother had told him about a wizard that had tried to take over the wizarding world and that if it had come out that Slytherin's line was continuing then horrible things would happen. Your grandmother was the true heir of Slytherin and because she was her line was the only one that could truly control the basilisk. When we had you, we knew it would be safe to send you to Hogwarts. No one would even suspect that you were the heir of Slytherin. So that means that I am a half-blood as well, Hermione said. Correct, Mrs. Granger answered. And since you now know the truth, I've got something that you need to have. She walked into one of the rooms and came back with a small box. Salazar had 2 of them made. One of them is very fancy, that's for the true heirs and another one that was plain, which the Gounts have. She opened the box and a locket appeared. Hermione saw that it had a serpent on it. Mrs. Granger put it around Hermione's neck and patted it fondly. You are the true heiress of Slytherin and your father wishes for you to use what you have to protect Hogwarts. Take whatever actions that you need to keep the school safe. Hermione looked at her. You know what's going on. We were told, Mrs. Granger said. Please, keep the school that your ancestor co-founded safe from this man that thinks that he's the heir of Slytherin. I will, Hermione vowed. While Hermione was gone, figuring out who she was, Harry relayed to Professor McGonagall that Hermione had left the school but would be back. This didn't bode well with the Transfiguration teacher. No one can just leave Hogwarts without formal permission, McGonagall told Harry. I know, Harry said, but she had some things to take care of. This made Professor McGonagall furious. Well, tell Miss Granger that when she returns she has detention. And with that she told Harry that he could go. When Harry returned to the Slytherin common room he told Crystal what had happened between him and Professor McGonagall. He left out about Hermione being the heiress of Slytherin because he didn't want to cause her some unnatural attention since it seemed that the heir of Slytherin had returned and had attacked Mrs. Norris. Well, I hope she returns soon, Crystal said to Harry. I would really hate to see how McGonagall is if Hermione takes too long. That I'll agree with you, Harry said. 1 Duo Vigintillion 111 Un Vigintillion 111 Vigintillion 111 Novemdecillion 111 Octodecillion 111 Septendecillion 111 Sexdecillion 111 Quindecillion 111 Quatuordecillion 111 Tridecillion 111 Duodecillion 111 Undecillion 111 Decillion 111 Nonillion 111 Octillion 111 Septillion 111 Sextillion 111 Quintillion 111 quadrillion 111 trillion 111 billion 111 million 111,111. Hermione spent the next couple of days thinking over everything. She now knew that she was related to a wizard that had believed that pureblood witches and wizards were the only ones that deserved magic, but her father told her that Salazar had rebuked this belief when he heard a prophecy that his line would turn insane and that the world would die by fire if someone from his line, who was insane in some form, took over the wizarding world. That's why he told his son that it didn't matter who he married as long as the line continued. So his son married a Muggle-born witch and had 3 sons, her father answered, but only 2 lived. The first one didn't have any children with any witch that he knew, but the other one married a pureblood. Her father then told her that if she so chose she could have her name changed to Slytherin to reflect her bloodline. We won't hold it against you, dear, her mother said. I'll think about it, Hermione said. When she finally returned to Hogwarts, she was whisked away to Professor McGonagall's office. Hermione knew that her head of house was upset, and she was glad that she had Slytherin's locket under her uniform. You left school without permission, Miss Granger, McGonagall told her. I'm taking 50 points off of Gryffindor and you're getting detention with Professor Snape. Maybe cleaning cauldrons for 3 weeks solid will teach you something about the rules. Of course, this is what happens when you hang out with Slytherins. Hermione felt her anger coursing through her, but she wasn't going to let McGonagall know that her words had made her angry. Fine, I'll take my punishment, Hermione said, you stupid, old hag of a woman. And she stormed out, leaving McGonagall shocked. Hermione was getting tired of everything. Seeing how much McGonagall hated Slytherin House, and blaming them for her leaving school without permission, she was starting to see why Slytherin did leave the school. How dare McGonagall blame the Slytherins for everything? They didn't do anything wrong, and Hermione at once knew what she had to do next. She was going to ask Harry where he had talked to Salazar Slytherin. Luckily, she didn't have to ask him. She found Crystal heading towards the library and cornered her. Crystal, where's the painting of Salazar Slytherin? I'll show you, Crystal said, with a smile. She led her inside the library and to the spot that Harry had been looking for the book. Salazar was sound asleep but woke up when Hermione tapped on his frame. Ah, my heir has come to talk to me, Salazar said. Yes, Hermione said. How do I reclaim what is mine? Salazar looked from Hermione to Crystal. She's serious about this? Crystal told him. Very well, Salazar said. Even though I no longer care of mortal things, you must reclaim what is ours. The basilisk is the beginning. I'm not going to have it used by someone that isn't the heir. Salazar, how did Hermione keep from being killed? Crystal asked. I put a spell on the snake so that it couldn't kill the heir, Salazar answered. That explains some things, Hermione said. So the plan is that I get the snake back into my control and then I'll kill the person that's the supposed heir of Slytherin. Let's hope it isn't anyone that people like, Crystal said. Should I let Harry know of this plan? Hermione wanted to tell Harry, but she didn't know if he would go and tell Dumbledore. No, Hermione answered. Not until I know that he won't go to Dumbledore. However, I do know someone that won't go to Dumbledore, and I happen to have detention with him. Who? Crystal asked. Professor Snape, Hermione answered. Hermione got her notice that her detention with Snape would start at 7 that night. Hermione folded the letter and then fondled the chain that held the locket warmly. She felt a surge that came with being connected to someone famous, even if his views might have been a little twisted. That night Hermione went down to Snape's office to start her detention. However, as she was about to turn the corner she heard voices. It sounded as though Snape had a visitor. I'm telling you that Granger is a problem, said the cold voice of Lucius Malfoy. Which I'm not going to talk about, Snape said. Dumbledore is watching me, and if I get rid of Granger then. I would mind if you stopped talking about me, Hermione hissed. Miss Grang. It's Miss Slytherin now, Hermione said, though I haven't gone about to get it official. She took the locket from its hiding place. Now I want to know how in the world a basilisk could have gotten free, since it happens to be my snake. How? I'm the heiress of Slytherin, Hermione told them, making the jewels glittering in the torchlight. And I demand answers since it seems that this is all coming from you, Mr. Malfoy. The look that Hermione gave the two adult wizards told them that she probably knew what Malfoy didn't want the other to know. Hermione had Snape ward his door and then she demanded answers. Why is Salazar's snake loose? She had asked. I don't think. Do you think that I am some stupid little girl that can't tell when you're lying? Hermione hissed, showing teeth. I saw the snake and I was able to look at it without getting killed. Salazar himself told me that because I'm the heiress that I'm immune from the eyes of the basilisk. Now tell me what hand you had in this. Her tone made Snape shiver. Fine, I gave the stupid diary that the Dark Lord entrusted to me so that I could control that stupid Ginny Weasley, Lucius said. So that's how she ended up in Slytherin, Snape said. Do you have any idea that what you did was just plain dumb? I saw Ginny with the snake, Hermione said. For a Slytherin that's supposed to be cunning. You're really rusty at it. This got Lucius angry but Hermione just pointed her wand at him. Don't make me hurt you, because I'm feeling very Slytherin right now. She turned to Snape. I have a request of you. And what is it? I don't want to say it around Malfoy. He might blab to Dumbledore, Hermione told him. I'm not going to blab to Dumbledore, Malfoy told her. I hate the man. And so do I, because he was in Gryffindor, Hermione said. I just don't trust you. Snape looked at Malfoy. Lucius leave, Snape told him. And why should I? Malfoy countered. Because I told you to, Snape said. It's your fault that Mrs. Norris was attacked. And trust me, I'll tell him about that. Malfoy gave Snape an ugly look but left. Finally, he's gone, Hermione said. Now I have a request. And why should I help someone that's related to who represents everything people are saying about Slytherin House? Snape asked. Or have you not listened to the other houses accusing someone from Slytherin House of doing? They think that one of my students is setting a monster loose and attacking people. Hermione gave him a cold look. I have been noticing this. I do hear what Gryffindor House is saying. Then hear what I have to say, Snape said. I'm not helping the heiress of Slytherin in any shape or form. Hermione crossed her arms and looked at him. And we all know it's going to happen again. True. But at least I'll know who's doing it. Hermione looked outraged. You're going to go to Dumbledore, if it happens again, and tell him that I'm the heiress of Slytherin and that I'm attacking people. I saw the figure that attacked Mrs. Norris and there's no way that I'm heading to Azkaban just because you want to clear your mind of all this. Ginny Weasley is most likely the one attacking the students. You would allow her to continue these attacks. That's not what I'm saying, Snape said. That's what you're implying, Hermione countered. I'm not having her attacking other students. I'm taking control of the basilisk and that's final. They both shot daggers at each other and finally Snape broke. What is your request? I want to shield my thoughts, Hermione said. I found out that Salazar was famous for it. He invented it, Snape told her. Fine, then I want to be able to do it, Hermione told him. Snape gave her a smirk, which Hermione didn't like. And I want something in return. Miss Granger, Snape said. Slytherin, Hermione corrected. Not until you change your last name, Snape pointed out. Fine, what is it? You'll change houses, Snape said. If I'm going to teach you how to shield your thoughts, then I need to be able to protect you. Fine, but don't expect me to start calling people by that name, Hermione informed him. Like Salazar later in life, I don't really care about the stuff that Riddle preaches. We might be related by blood but we're no near alike. You might be right but in some places you just might be a little wrong. Hermione highly doubted that. Harry knew that Hermione didn't mind changing houses. Hermione had told him what Snape had said, since the Gryffindors had pretty much said that they believed that a Slytherin had done it. Naturally Filch kept the event fresh in everyone's mind and told people off for breathing loudly and acting happy. Hermione left Hogwarts again, much to the outrage of Professor McGonagall, but Hermione at least sent Harry a note, telling him that she had just gone to Diagon Alley but would be back before dinner. And I thought that Granger was supposed to be a leader for rule following, Ginny hissed. Harry had no idea where that comment had come from. Harry was waiting for Hermione returned, since he didn't want her to face Professor McGonagall alone. When she returned, Snape with her, she was wearing a locket that Harry had never seen before. "Did your business go well?" Harry asked. "It sure did," Hermione answered. "Now I'm Hermione Slytherin." "Very good," Harry said. "Well, we'll be heading to see the headmaster," Snape told Harry. And without saying anything else, both of them left. Hermione had only seen the headmaster once during the term, and her dislike for him was firmly rooted. Everything about him screamed, not taking care of the problem. He believed too much in people. She was sure that Salazar would have expelled Weasley for damaging school property. "She wishes to be resorted," Snape told Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at them both. "And why?" "Because she feels that she doesn't belong," Snape answered. Dumbledore looked once again from one to the other and then got up. "We normally don't resort students, but I'll do this just once," Dumbledore said. The hat was once again placed on her head, and it surprised everyone, except Hermione, when the hat declared that she was fitted for Slytherin. When the hat was taken off, Dumbledore looked shocked, and then he noticed the locket. At once Hermione placed the locket back under her shirt. "I'll take her to her quarters," Snape told Dumbledore, and Hermione was hurried out before the old man could ask any questions. Hermione wasn't taken to the Slytherin common room, but to quarters that were off from the common room. The painting showed a woman with a spear in her chest, and screaming in pain. "No one knows of these quarters," Snape told her. "Now place your hand against it and the painting will open." Hermione had a feeling, as she placed her hand against it, that it responded only to her blood and presence. Sure enough, it opened and both Hermione and Snape walked in. The room was done in silver and green, but it looked as though it had been cleaned. "I'll leave this up to you," Snape told her. Hermione nodded and Snape left. Hermione's things were brought and Hermione started to unpack. There was row after row of books on the dark arts, and Hermione wondered if her stupid relation had even read half of them. Naturally, Hermione wasn't surprised when she saw that Salazar was waiting on her. "I see that you like what I have," Salazar said. "Very nice," Hermione answered. Has Voldemort been in this room?" "No," Salazar answered, "but your grandmother was. So he hasn't read any of these books." Salazar laughed but said, "If he had read any of these books, then you would never be able to stop him." "So any idea where Hermione's at?" Harry asked. It was dinner and Hermione hadn't appeared. "I don't know why you're worried about that filthy lil mudblood," Draco said. "Don't call her that," Harry hissed. He wanted to tell him that Hermione was Salazar's descendant but decided against it. He was sure that Draco would spread it. "Whatever," Draco said and returned to his meal. The Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin took place a few days after Hermione was resorted. Harry took his place next to the goalposts and waited for the game to start. Suddenly the balls were released and the game began. Down at the stands, Hermione sat between Professor Snape and Lucius Malfoy, who was watching the game because Draco was starting as Seeker. "I don't know why you're even allowing him to start," Hermione said coldly to Snape. "The boy lacks any sort of brains." "I hope you're not still sore that he called you a mudblood," Lucius said. Hermione looked at him from the corner of her eye. "Oh, why should I be sore? Maybe I should ram my sword and send half of his body to you as punishment for insulting Slytherin's heir." "In other words, she's still sore," Snape said. Up in the air, Harry managed to prevent Angelina Johnson from scoring for Gryffindor just as a heavy black bludger came at him. He ducked to prevent it from hitting him, and one of the Slytherin beaters went after it, but it zoomed out of his range and came after Harry again, which enabled Gryffindor to score for the first time. "What's going on here?" Draco demanded. Harry glared at him, but that's what Hermione wanted to know. "Snape, what's going on with that bludger?" Hermione demanded. "I have no idea," Snape answered, "but this isn't the work of one of my students." "Of course I know it isn't the work of one of your students," Hermione snapped. "This is the work of someone else." Hermione pulled out her wand, which the students never took with them to Quidditch matches, and followed the bludger as it made another attempt on Harry's life. Hermione had read a spell in one of Salazar's books about items bewitched to do a task. There had been a reversal spell in it and she was going to use it now. "Reversal Transformus," she cried out. The bludger exploded at once, shards of it floating everywhere. Hermione sat down, looking pleased with herself. Now that's what I call a spell, Lucius commented. Hermione grinned to herself. Slytherin won the match, though only barely. Hermione chose not to attend the party since she was going over in her mind what had caused the bludger to want to attack Harry. Meanwhile, that's what Harry wanted to know as well. He sat with Crystal and Jerry, who had been allowed down from Ravenclaw Tower to be with his sister. So who would want to cause a bludger to attack you? Jerry asked. I have no idea, Harry said. Thank goodness Hermione was able to destroy it. Well, you're not the only one that was happy that Hermione was able to destroy it. Professor Flitwick noticed what she did as well. Jerry, Professor Flitwick was in the same stands as Hermione was, Crystal said. He would notice everything. Harry smirked at her and then returned to the matter at hand. The next day Hermione was in the library, doing her work, when she was cornered by Draco Malfoy. He looked like he wanted to kill her for some reason. What do you want, Malfoy? Hermione asked. I want you out of Slytherin house, Malfoy ordered. Hermione smirked at him. And why would I want to leave Slytherin house? Because you're a filthy mudblood, and Slytherin hated them, Malfoy answered. Hermione smirked at him again. Oh, I don't think so. She returned to her work, but then someone grabbed her hair and placed a wand to her throat. Hermione felt her anger boiling when she heard Malfoy's voice again. You will leave Slytherin house. Now, he hissed. Or I'll make your life a living hell. You first, Hermione hissed, and Malfoy suddenly made a choking sound. Hermione turned and focused her rage on Malfoy, who was trying to catch his breath. He dropped his wand, his eyes rolling over in his head. And then he fell to the floor, dead. Hermione returned to her work, a grin on her face. Madame Pants found Draco's body when she closed up and called for the headmaster. However, he couldn't find out what killed him even after he looked at almost everyone's wands. The only person that he didn't check was Hermione, as he knew that Hermione would never kill Malfoy. She was such a sweet girl. Life at Hogwarts settled down after Draco had been killed. Harry didn't believe that the heir of Slytherin had killed him because he was a Slytherin, and everyone knew that the heir of Slytherin wouldn't kill anyone from that house. However, Harry suspected that Hermione might have been the one that killed him since Draco had been calling Hermione the M-word since he had encountered her the first time this term on the Quidditch pitch. However, Harry had no proof that Hermione had murdered anyone, and Dumbledore seemed to have closed the matter altogether. So now Harry focused on getting through the rest of the half-term without anyone being attacked, and this meant not only focusing on his work but also on any movements that Ginny was making. The next day, however, something new happened that caught everyone off guard. Crystal was the one that told Harry about it. Colin Creevey has been attacked, Crystal said. What? That's what I heard from Fred, Crystal said. He was out of bed and Dumbledore found, like Mrs. Norris was on Halloween. Do you think that Hermione did it? Harry asked. No, I was with her, Crystal answered. She's letting all her friends see her new quarters, and it's your turn. Have you told Hermione that Colin was attacked? Harry asked her. Not yet, but I'm sure that she'll find out, Crystal said. Come on, let's go and tell her. They both left the Slytherin common room and Crystal showed him the way to Salazar's quarters. Crystal knocked on the painting of the woman in pain and it opened up to reveal Hermione's ashen face. She motioned them both to come in, and at once she told them that she had heard. I wonder if Ginny did it, Hermione said, blowing her nose. I hope not, Crystal said, because it would look bad on her father's Muggle Protection Act and she might end up in Azkaban. What's Azkaban? Harry asked, hearing the word again. It's the wizard prison, Hermione answered, and it's horrible. I figured that much, Harry said. Hermione, did you kill Draco Malfoy? Hermione gave him a wicked grin at the question. Of course I did. Both Harry and Crystal both stared at her. But why, Hermione? Crystal asked. Why, because he kept on calling me a mudblood, that's why, Hermione hissed. He had no respect for anyone, and I'm glad he's dead. But if Dumbledore should suspect, Harry started, but Hermione waved it away. That fool is never going to find out, Hermione said. Now let's get back to the matter at hand. Now if Ginny attacked Colin, then we need to stop her and get control back of my snake. But how? Harry asked. Let me figure that one out, Hermione told him. Both of them left her quarters in low spirits. To hear that Hermione did attack Draco was mind-blowing. However, keeping Ginny from attacking anyone else was even more important. That night Harry was sound asleep when he felt something on his chest. When he opened his eyes he saw Dobby sitting there. What are you doing here, Dobby?" Harry asked. "Trying to protect you, Harry Potter," Dobby answered. "Oh, why didn't you leave when I blocked the gateway?" "B blocked the gateway, so it was you that kept me and Crystal from getting onto the platform," Harry said. "Yes, it was," Dobby said mournfully. "Oh." Dobby was surprised when he found out that Professor Snape had come and enabled you go find another way to Hogwarts, and then when his bludger failed to stop you. Harry's anger came on. "Your bludger, you're the one that enchanted it to come at me." Dobby nodded again and Harry grabbed for his wand. "I'm sorry, Harry Potter, but you're too important to lose," Dobby told him. "You don't know what it was like in the days of He Who Must Not Be Named. We house elves were treated like vermin, though Dobby is still treated like vermin. When you defeated him it was like a new dawn for those that had been oppressed. Right now, I don't care," Harry snapped, pointing his wand at Dobby. "Leave before I decide to hex you." And Dobby left. During the second week of December, Professor Snape came around to gather the names of the Slytherins that were staying for the winter break. Since Harry was staying at Hogwarts anyway because his new adopted father also stayed, he signed up. Hermione signed up as well, and when Harry asked why she wasn't returning home she explained it right away. "I'm trying to get the snake back," Hermione told him, "before it attacks anyone else and turns everything into a living nightmare." Naturally, Fred and George told Harry and Hermione that Ron was leaving for the winter break. Harry was very happy about this because all Ron did during potions was glare at him as he did his potion. Harry had gotten a lot better since he first walked into Professor Snape's classroom, and the idea that Snape gave Harry huge amounts of points also made Ron hate him. Of course he hated Hermione because he felt that she had turned her back on Gryffindor. This turned into a shouting match during the last potions lesson a week before the announcement that Professor Lockhart was starting a dueling club. Hermione was busy looking over what Professor Snape might be teaching when Ron started on her, "Something that you didn't do around a whole bunch of Slytherins. I can't believe you turned your back on Gryffindor for this slimy bunch," Ron yelled. "Don't you have any class?" Hermione closed her book and looked at him. "I do have class, Weasley," Hermione said. "And if I want to be in Slytherin then I have every right to be here." Ron went red for some unknown reason, and thankfully Professor Snape chose that exact moment to appear. He took 5 points from Gryffindor for Ron shouting and then let the class in. Hermione was still angry as Harry forced her to come to the dueling club. Harry had tried several times to calm her down but nothing worked. He hoped that whatever she had done to Draco she didn't decide to do to Ron, not that he liked the little git. When Lockhart appeared he explained all about how Professor Dumbledore had given permission for him to start the dueling club, in hopes that they would be able to defend themselves one day. "Just like I have in my countless books." Harry doubted that one of them was even true. Professor Snape had Hermione and Ron take a go at it, since it would be personal payback for what Ron had done. Ron looked eager to kill Hermione, and Harry suspected that Hermione wanted to kill Ron as well. Snape pulled Hermione to the side and whispered in her ear. "I've heard that he's afraid of spiders," he said. "Use Arachmorpheus." Hermione smirked and then nodded. "Okay, wands at the ready," Lockhart said. Hermione and Ron held their wands up, both looking murderous. 1, 2, 3. Expel. Arachmorpheus, Hermione cried out, faster than Ron was. A giant spider came out of the end of Hermione's wand and Ron looked like he was about to faint. All the Slytherins laughed as Ron tried to get away from it. As it charged, Harry saw the look of happiness on her face, and Harry wondered how deep down she was that she was enjoying this. "Don't worry, Weasley, I'll take care of it for you," he said. He took out his wand and waving it, the spider disappeared. "What's wrong, Weasley? Scared?" Hermione asked him. That made Ron lose it. He shot a spell right at Snape and Hermione jumped right in front of it. Hermione fell down and didn't move. "Hermione!" Harry yelled as most of the students went to see if Hermione was all right. Snape felt for a pulse and then magicked her onto a stretcher. As they went past, Harry saw Snape give Ron a dirty look, one that spoke of murder. There seemed to be a lot of that going around. Do you think she'll be all right? Crystal asked. I hope so, Harry said. The next day, however, Harry found out that Hermione had been transported to St. Mungo and that she might not be back in time for the term to begin. This made Harry's blood boil, and Madame Pomfrey sensed it. Mr. Potter, trying to harm Weasley is only going to make matters worse, she said. The healers will be able to help her. Fine, whatever, Harry hissed and then left. It was time for some serious Weasley payback. Harry, what are you going to do? Crystal asked as Harry left the hospital wing. I'm going to pay Weasley back for hurting Hermione, Harry said. That spell was the last straw. Crystal looked at Harry with worry but ran after him as he hurried off. It didn't take Harry long to find Ron, and Crystal knew that Harry was going to use one of the spells that he learned in the book to hurt him. Crystal didn't want Harry to go to Azkaban because of what one wizard had done. Harry, don't. But a light cut Crystal's words off, and Ron Ned in pain. Blood coming from a wound that Harry had inflicted. Harry then grabbed him and pressed him against the wall, his arm around Ron's throat. Ron coughed, but the look on Harry's face was one of pure hate and anger. You hurt Hermione, Harry hissed, and I'm not going to stand for it. He pointed his wand at Ron again and muttered a spell that only Crystal could hear. Vines formed at the base of the wall and started to wrap around Ron's body. Harry, stop, Crystal begged. I'm not going to stop until Weasley's dead, Harry told her, without looking at her. He hurt Hermione, or have you forgotten that? Mr. Snape, stop, said Professor Snape. Go to hell, Snape, I'm not stopping, Harry told him. Not until Weasley is dead. However, Harry didn't get his wish. The vines were released and Professor McGonagall grabbed Ron. Mr. Potter, come to the headmaster's office at once, McGonagall said. I'm taking this thing with me as well. Harry glared at her but did as she told him, and soon both Crystal and Professor Snape were left behind. When Harry arrived in the headmaster office, Ron was forced to sit in the seat in front of the headmaster's desk. Harry had never seen Dumbledore looking this angry, and he wondered if he had looked like this when Ron had crashed the flying car into the Whomping Willow. Mr. Weasley, what you have done to Miss Granger is something that I can't forgive or let go, Dumbledore told him. I told you that if you did anything like what you did that I would have no choice but to expel you, and for this I shall. Headmaster, it was all Granger's fault. Oh really, Weasley, McGonagall said. So it's her fault that a spell hit her. I don't believe that for one moment. Professor, she betrayed Outhouse, Ron said. She turned her back on Gryffindor. Mr. Weasley, you can make all the excuses in the book, but it's clear that you intended on using that spell, Dumbledore said. And what's more, I believe that Severus was your intended target, since Miss Granger got in the way of the spell that was directed towards him. You're expelled for Hogwarts. Hand over your wand. Ron muttered something but handed it over. The snapping told Harry that Ron was finished. Get your things, Weasley. The Hogwarts Express is waiting on you, McGonagall said, and both her and Weasley left. Sit down, Harry, Dumbledore ordered, and Harry sat. What you did in the hall was something that I would never expect from someone. However, I understand that you were angry that Hermione was attacked. Severus told me as much, and that's why I'm not suspending you for what you've done. Thank you, Headmaster, Harry said. Severus seems highly taken with you, Dumbledore said. I was surprised that he even vouched for you. Me too, Harry said. Also, it has come to my attention that Severus has adopted you, and though I don't understand why, I must follow his wishes. Of course, but I think the reason why he has adopted me is because of what happened at the Dursleys, Harry said. I was talking with him at the beginning of term and I told him what had happened. Well, I'm glad that you're still going to him to talk with him, Dumbledore said. Now I'm taking 20 points from Slytherin for what you did, Harry, and I want you to serve detention with Professor Sprout. Yes, Headmaster, Harry said, and then he was dismissed. When he got back to the Slytherin common room, Crystal ran over and at once asked him how it had gone with the headmaster. Well, Weasley is expelled and I have to do detention with Professor Sprout, Harry said. Other than that, no biggie. Well, I'm glad, Crystal said. I thought for sure that Dumbledore was going to suspend you. So any idea if Hermione is still at Hogwarts? I don't know, Harry said. But if she's not, then I want to visit her. She's my friend and I feel that she needs all the Slytherin support that she can get. Crystal smiled at him. The news that Ron Weasley had been expelled for Hogwarts was all over the school by the next morning. Meanwhile, Harry started to watch Ginny closely. He noticed that she kept writing in that book of hers, and Harry figured that if she kept on writing in it, then some important information might be inside. He knew that he would need Crystal's help on this one. Harry and Crystal were quite glad when the term ended and the holidays started. There was almost a mad dash to book seats on the Hogwarts Express so that people could spend time with their families. Jerry had chosen to return home to be with his sister and brother. "So when are they coming to Hogwarts?" Harry asked. "Well, Susie isn't due to come in 2 years, and Robert is coming the year after Susie does," Crystal said. "Well, I hope all this madness is over by then," Harry said. "Me too," Crystal said. On the plus side, Hermione finally returned to Hogwarts and she joined them in the Slytherin common room, looking mad. "Where's Weasley at?" Hermione asked. "Expelled," Crystal answered. "Good, because I felt like killing him," Hermione said, her tone cold. "Can we talk about something else?" Harry begged. "The thought of Weasley out there turns my stomach." Both girls were very happy to talk about something else. "So how was St. Mungo?" Crystal asked. "Boring," Hermione answered. "But I kept up with all my work, and Professor Snape doesn't think that my little stay there will keep me from passing my exams. So what happened while I was gone?" "I hexed Weasley," Harry answered. Hermione snickered, but Crystal said, "I thought that you didn't want to talk about him." "I don't, but I was answering Hermione's question." The three of them went outside to enjoy the snow, and Harry saw Neville Longbottom and Hannah Abbott. They both waved at him, but Neville joined them. "Hi, Hermione, are you all right?" Neville asked. "Yes, I am," Hermione said. "So how was your term that I missed part of?" "Great, it was cool when Harry cursed Ron," Neville said. Harry groaned, and Crystal told Neville that Harry didn't want to think about Ron Weasley. "Sorry," he added. "That's all right," Harry said. "So what are you doing, besides talking to Hannah Abbott?" "Oh, talking about what's coming up when term begins," Neville said. "I know that we're doing the potted pea pot plant during our first lesson." "And how does she know this?" Hermione asked. "Professor Sprout is the head of Hufflepuff House," Neville answered. Crystal grinned at Hermione. "I think you've got your answer." The group of them spent the rest of the day throwing snowballs at each other and only came back in when it got really too cold. Harry, Hermione, and Crystal said goodbye to Neville and was just going down when they heard a horrible scream coming from Neville. They turned and saw his head popping off and rolling. A group of Slytherins were laughing and Harry rounded on them. "Vasta!" Harry cried out. There was a blast of silver light and 4 of the 7 Slytherins were turned into vases. "Wicked, Harry," Hermione said. Harry went pink. "Thanks," Harry said. "Now let's get Neville to the hospital wing." Madame Pomfrey wasn't pleased when Neville came in, minus a head, but she put him into bed and then started to work on him. When Professor Snape came in, he didn't find Neville's condition funny. "Already starting on the dark magic," he muttered, and then handed Madame Pomfrey a potion in a purple vial. "Sir, what's that?" Harry asked. "A potion that will keep Neville's head on," Snape told him, and then left. "Wicked, I hope we learn that," Harry said. "Me too," Hermione and Crystal said at the same time. An hour later, all 3 of them were finally back in their common room, and the Slytherins that Harry had changed into vases were back to normal. They didn't look happy at what happened, but Harry didn't care. They had attacked his friend and he wasn't going to put up with it. "I don't see what your problem is," Pansy said. "Longbottom deserved it." "No, he didn't," Harry said. "And if I hear you say one more bad word, I'll prove why I was sorted into Slytherin House." His tone made Pansy backed away, or was it the fact that Crystal and Hermione had their wands pointed at her? "Fine, stay friends with that little mudblood and blood traitor," she snapped. "I shouldn't have expected less from you." She turned her back, which turned out to be the wrong thing to do. Hermione shot a spell at her without saying what it was. Pansy's feet were sunk into the stone floor and she screamed in terror and pain. Hermione laughed at her, which brought tears to her eyes. "Hermione, was that a dark spell?" Crystal asked. "No, that was a spell that Aurors use when they want to keep dark wizards and witches from getting away." "Wicked," Harry said, repeating Hermione's words. "Thanks," Hermione said, and Harry saw that she looked proud of herself. Naturally, they couldn't keep her like that, and so Harry called Snape in to remove her. He didn't look pleased at what Hermione had done, but he didn't take points off and didn't give detention. When they had left, Harry wondered what kind of story Pansy would spin for the professor and if Snape would actually believe it. He let out a sigh and then started working on how to get that diary away from Ginny. Much later, Harry finally came up with a plan. It wasn't exactly the world's best plan, but it was better than nothing. However, he had to wait until he could find Hermione before he told her. "I was thinking about cursing Ginny and then taking the diary," Harry said. "Cursing her? She might have some sort of shield over her," Hermione said. "And anyway, you might get expelled. And that curse might save more lives," Harry countered. "Look, I told Crystal that I was figuring out how to get the diary and I didn't have a plan at that moment. I know that Crystal would help me, but I'm asking for your help." "Oh, okay, but if I get expelled, I'm shooting you," Hermione threatened. "Fine, as long as it isn't a shotgun or something." Hermione first checked to make sure that Ginny wasn't in her room and then went looking for the diary. However, it wasn't there, and Harry was sure, when Hermione told him that it was absent, that Ginny had it on her person. "Let's seek her out," Harry said, and both of them left. They traveled the different corridors of the castle, looking for Ginny. It took hours, and Harry was sure that Filch would appear at any moment. Safe to say they saw no one until they heard a hissing sound. Harry poked his head around the corner and saw Ginny commanding the large snake. "She's there," Harry told Hermione. "Okay, heiress of Slytherin, go to work." Hermione nodded and then disappeared. Harry heard the biggest argument ever in the history of Parseltongue. Personally, Harry wasn't sure if that was actually true. And then a spell was released. Harry at once charged into the fray and sent a spell at Ginny. The snake hissed in anger, and when Harry saw that Hermione was all right, he felt better. "You don't need to harm people," Hermione said, casting soothing spells on the snake. "I need to rip. To kill." "No, you don't," Hermione said. "You need to go back to the chamber before someone kills you." "Kill me. I don't want to die." "Then go back," Hermione said sweetly. The snake turned and disappeared back in the girls' bathroom. Before it disappeared, Harry swore that it thanked Hermione for saving its life. "That was brilliant," Harry said. "Thanks," Hermione said, just as the one person that Harry didn't want to see appeared. "Snape." "What the bloody hell is going on here?" Snape asked. Harry yawned. "Explain it to him while I take Ginny to the hospital wing." Hermione nodded, and Harry picked Ginny up and took her to see Madame Pomfrey. The next day, Ginny came to Harry and thanked him for saving her life. She had told him that she had found the diary in one of the old books that her father had given her and thought that someone had left it. "He's going to write home to Dad and tell him what happened," Ginny said. "Oh God, I thought he was going to expel me for sure, and I've wanted to come here since Bill came." "Did he?" Hermione asked. "No, but he wants to see you, Hermione," Ginny said. Harry wondered why the headmaster would want to see Hermione, but his friend got up and left. "I hope that Dumbledore isn't going to expel her," Harry said. "I hope not either," Ginny said, and then went up to her dorm. Things started to go back to normal from that moment on. Hermione had returned, telling Harry that Dumbledore wasn't mad at her for taking control of the snake and forcing it back into the Chamber of Secrets. However, he had said that Harry should have told him what was going on. "Like I trust him," Harry said. "Harry, what's wrong with you?" Hermione asked. "I mean, one day you trust him and the next you're not. You're conflicting yourself." "I am not," Harry said, defending himself. "I just don't like the idea that he kept important things from me. I'm old enough to make my own choices." "That I'll agree with," Hermione said. Tonks came by to visit Harry a week after the snake had been returned, and Harry had to admit that he sort of liked her. Remus was there as well, and he told Harry that his father would be very proud of him for saving the school like that. "Well, we're all proud of our hero," Crystal said, going very pink. "So any idea what you want to do when you leave school?" Tonks asked. "I don't know," Harry said. "I mean, I don't know what's out there." "Well, trust us, it's big," Remus said. "Thanks," Harry said, though he wasn't sure if what Remus had said was a big help or not. Soon the Christmas break was over and the students returned. Harry hoped that the rest of the term would be a lot better than it had been. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.